It's the Hyundai Leadoff Man Show. Now, here's Len Casper.
We are live from Wrigley Field for the Hyundai Leadoff Man on WGN Sports. A great look through the knothole out on Sheffield, and we are set as the first place Cubs go for the sweep today against the Cincinnati Reds. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to the Leadoff Man on WGN. I'm Len Casper. The Cubs continue their winning ways at home. They're now 35-10 within the friendly confines. Another big win last night. Let's check in on the highlights as the Cubs were able to take Game 2 against the Reds. Carlos Zambrano was on his game again. The only blemish on his record last night, a solo home run hit by Adam Dunn in the second inning, and Z would not give up another base runner all night long. So that gave the Reds a 1-0 lead, but the Cubs would tie it up as Mark DeRosa gets on due to an error by Jeff Keppinger, and on that play Giovanni Soto able to score, tied 1-1, bottom 6 now. Aramis Ramirez back in a hot streak after an 0 for 28 was snapped over the weekend. Big blast into the bleachers in left center. The Cubs up 2-1. They would not trail again, and they would add on in the bottom of the 7th. Kosuke Fukudome doubling on a ball over Adam Dunn's head. And Reed Johnson coming in to score. Derek Lee then singles as he grounds it through the hole on the left side. Kosuke coming around. It's 4-1. And then Aramis with another extra base hit. This one to center. A double plating Derek Lee. Cubs lead 5-1. Got a little hairy in the 9th, but Kerry Wood got out of it, and it was all about Carlos Zambrano. He retired the last 20 men he faced. No walks on the night, just one hit allowed. That was the home run by Dunn. 103 pitches, 5 strikeouts, and he was as sharp as we've seen him. In fact, he's been excellent since he came off the disabled list. And Carlos picking up his 10th win of the year. Kerry Wood coming on with the bases loaded and getting Phillips on a foul out. Woody with his 23rd save. Both Kerry Wood and Carlos Zambrano will be in the All-Star game. And when we come back, we'll talk more about the starting pitchers. We'll hear from the pitching coach, Larry Rothschild. But as we go to break, we'd like to recognize our Chicagoland Hyundai dealer of the game, Rogers Hyundai in Chicago. Hyundai, the right choice. Log on to myhyundaichicago.com. We'll be back.
The 80s, a time of Rubik's Cubes and video games, a time of big hair and even bigger TV. Put your mind on rewind and join WGN America for totally awesome retro nights. A flashback to the 80s with Family Ties.
I think it's fun for the whole family.
The Cosby Show.
All right!
Elf.
I'm so excited I could squirt.
And a special back-to-back presentation of E.T. all this week, starting at 8 on WGN America.
See you tomorrow, Steve.
Oh, dreaming.
Do not let her get gum. You know
It's Tony Stewart.
Tony, get the camera.
I've got the camera. Oh, Tony, he's a huge fan. Ready?
Tony, you okay?
Armor All wash, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare, and keep your car clean anywhere, anytime with new Armor All To-Go wipes.
Call today for the Gold Delta Sky Miles credit card from American Express and start earning double miles in more places more often. Apply now and get up to 20,000 bonus miles. With award tickets starting at just 25,000 miles, you can fly free sooner. Plus, the annual fee is waived for the first year. Call 1-800-SKY-MILES. Call now for the Gold Delta Sky Miles credit card and earn 2 miles for every eligible dollar you spend for even faster travel awards on Delta and 15 airline partners. Take advantage of this great offer today and get 20,000 miles closer to a free trip. Plus, enjoy the card with no annual fee for the first year. Apply online or call 1-800-SKY-MILES now.
The Hyundai Leadoff Man, brought to you in part by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs, and by your local Hyundai dealer. Every day's a great day for Hyundai.
And welcome back to the friendly confines. The Cubs now tied for their biggest lead of the season, 4.5 games over the St. Louis Cardinals. The big news this week for the Cubs, acquiring right-hander Rich Harden from the Oakland Athletics. And when he's healthy, he can be a #1 pitcher. The Cubs already have one ace, and they don't mind having another. How about the numbers for Carlos Zambrano since coming off the disabled list? He has won both starts, has an ERA of 0.64, giving up very few hits. Like Ryan Dempster, he is perfect this season at Wrigley Field. Let's hear from pitching coach Larry Rothschild on Big Z and that starting rotation.
His last 2 starts, delivery's been real good. Been really after it in the strike zone. Been able to mix his pitches, but you know, when he's throwing that sinker the way he can, it's kind of hard to lift it off the ground, and it's hard to put a good solid swing on it. So that's what he's been doing. He had a few too many 3-ball counts last night, but managed to make good pitches after he got to 3 balls and come back in some counts and get some big outs. But he's throwing the ball well right now. It's good because they've worked at it, you know, and they've prepared themselves, and you know, it's a credit to those guys because of the way they go about it. So but you know, we've got a long way to go, and hopefully there's a lot more wins out there for them to get, and you know, hopefully Teddy gets a one today, and then we'll go on.
And what he's referring to is getting to that 10-win mark, as we haven't even hit the All-Star break yet, but Ryan Dempster getting his 10th win. All of those victories have come here at Wrigley Field. That was Tuesday night. Carlos with his 10th win last night. Ted Lilly a chance to get win number 10 here today. And more on the starting pitchers as we continue the leadoff man from Wrigley Field.
Tired of being slammed by high prices? Denny's helps you slam back. Right now, build your own Grand Slam with whatever you want on it, all for just $5.99 at Denny's. And now, enjoy a hot, satisfying breakfast, even on the go, with our new Denny's Dome.
I love this one. This man finally popped the question.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
But his Visa card was over the limit.
I'm so sorry. There seems to be a problem.
His fiancée told him to call American Express.
Okay, this one's so cool. A Gold Card member wanted a special gift for his wife's birthday. So I got him tickets through Gold Card events for the concert of the year before they went on sale.
Got him.
Call 1-800-THE-CARD for the Preferred Rewards Gold Card.
This one's quite romantic. Card member calls up, wants to take her husband to this really authentic Italian restaurant. I say, it's easy with our rewards program. Go online, pick almost any flight, you can pay with points, and go.
Tiramisu.
Italian food in Italy. Bellissimo.
Get up to 5 additional Preferred Rewards Gold Cards for one low fee. Are you settling for less? Or are you a card member? Call and apply now.
Hey, sweetie.
Hey, Dad.
Nice fort.
It's not a fort. It's a Dairy Queen.
Ooh, then can I get a Blizzard?
Here you go.
And a hot dog?
Sure.
How did you... Oh.
Thank you.
Honey, you're not going to believe...
Good, you got him. We stopped at DQ and picked up your favorites.
Well, then next week I
Nice try. Morgan?
Believe it, the Girl Scout Cookie Blizzard. New at DQ with real pieces of Girl Scout Thin Mint cookies.
Next, Reno 911. Weigel is having a baby, and one of the guys could be
I went to the sperm bank on 4th Street.
the baby daddy.
You can just go in and they pay you $10, $20.
$31.
Plus orange juice and a cookie.
Reno 911.
Reno 911, Friday night at 1 East, 10 West.
WGN America. TV you can't ignore.
The Hyundai Leadoff Man, brought to you in part by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs, and by your local Hyundai dealer. Every day's a great day for Hyundai.
Today's Game Time forecast is sponsored by The Great Escape. Save on pools, patio furniture, hot tubs, and everything you need for summer fun. It's been a lot of fun here at the ballpark. Ted Lilly again going for his 10th win. He lost to the Reds here at Wrigley Field on April 17th. Gave up 5 runs in 6 innings. Bronson Arroyo's coming off back-to-back wins. He lost all 3 decisions against the Cubs in 2007. That's going to wrap up the Leadoff Man Show. Guests of the Leadoff Man Show receive a gift certificate to Harry Carey's legendary Italian Steakhouse, voted best steakhouse in Chicago. Bob Brenly will join me. We'll have the call of the series finale Valley. The Cubs go for the sweep over the Reds. Next.
Today, we're observing the Geico gecko, an extraordinary creature with a most curious adaptation. The ability to save people hundreds of dollars on their car insurance. Let's watch.
That's odd.
Whoa. Fascinating.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Today for the Gold Delta Sky Miles credit card from American Express and start earning double miles in more places more often. Apply now and get up to 20,000 bonus miles. With award tickets starting at just 25,000 miles, you can fly free sooner. Plus, the annual fee is waived for the first year. Call 1-800-SKY-MILES. For the Gold Delta Sky Miles credit card and earn 2 miles for every eligible dollar you spend for even faster travel awards on Delta and 15 airline partners. Take advantage of this great offer today and get 20,000 miles closer to a free trip. Plus, enjoy the card with no annual fee for the first year. Apply online or call 1-800-SKY-MILES now.
Summer vacation deals are here. Right now on Expedia, get the hottest deals on more than 1,800 hotels. That's up to 30% off during our biggest sale of the year. We guarantee nobody can get you a lower price. Plus, book now with your MasterCard and get $50 for gas. Expedia.com.
Today, the Cubs have a date with Junior and the Reds on the north side. Cubs, Reds, today at 2 on WGN America. The following is a presentation of WGN Sports.
Alive and jumping as always on game day, and we are inside the friendly confines of Wrigley Field for Cubs baseball on WGN Sports. These confines actually haven't been that friendly to the opponents. The Cubs 35-10 at home, and they go for the sweep today against the Cincinnati Reds. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. The Cubs finishing up the first half here at home, and you kind of felt like they could get on a roll. They're off to their best home start ever in this ballpark.
You know, Len, it's been a lot of fun to watch as a ball club. You always want to do well at home to show your fans how much you appreciate the support, but the Cubs have gone way above and beyond this year. These are the best records in Cubs history here at Wrigley Field. Home games leading up to the All-Star break. You see that 35-10 record, and the Cubs are hoping to improve on that throughout the rest of this homestand.
They picked up a game on their lead last night with a win. The Cardinals lost, so the advantage now is 4.5. And Ted Lilly will try to do what Dempster and Zambrano did earlier in the series, and that's get his 10th win.
Well, Ted Lilly has been on a pretty nice roll lately. His last 6 games started, he has 4 victories and 2 no decisions, and pitched well enough in those no decisions to win. So hopefully Ted Lilly will continue to roll on.
Numbers not great for Bronson Arroyo, but he's coming off a couple of very good outings.
Yeah, this guy can be very tough depending on how he commands his breaking ball, and you will see him throw a lot of them today.
And we are set now for the national anthem. Down to the field, American Girl Theater performing today.
And today the Thunderbirds are presenting a baseball that has flown in an F-16 Fighting Falcon. They're presenting it to Chicago Cub All-Star Kerry Wood. And the Thunderbirds are performing this weekend in Gary, Indiana. And they would officially like to invite all Cub fans to attend. Thank you to the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, we ask that you all please rise and kindly remove your caps and join along with performers of the American Girl Theater as they lead us in our national anthem. To have the Thunderbirds in the ballpark today, and we are set. The Reds and the Cubs series finale. Cubs go for the sweep when we return.
Chicago Cubs baseball brought to you by Bud Light Lime, the superior drinkability of Bud Light with a splash of 100% natural lime. The Chicagoland area Dodge dealers and the all-new 2009 Dodge Journey. AT&T. See what's new from the new AT&T. Visit att.com for details. The Illinois Lottery. Play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer. And by Southwest Airlines. You're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today.
The men of TV are de-evolving from man of the house.
I am the king in my castle.
To man of the couch.
Haven't I heard of you?
You're not a cop, are you?
Just when you think it can't get any worse, these guys show up.
I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl. That's my other brother Daryl.
Watch the men of classic TV go from sophisticated to sauced. Put your mind on rewind with Out of Sight Retro Night on WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
You can settle down. You can fire it up. You can tune it in, but it's still not summer until you bring it out. Introducing Bud Light Lime. It's the superior drinkability of Bud Light with a splash of 100% natural lime flavor. One taste and you'll find the summer state of mind. It's in the lime. Bud Light Lime.
Today for the Gold Delta Sky Miles credit card from American Express and start earning double miles in more places more often. Apply now and get up to 20,000 bonus miles. With award tickets starting at just 25,000 miles, you can fly free sooner. Plus, the annual fee is waived for the first year. Call 1-800-SKY-MILES. For the Gold Delta Delta Sky Miles credit card and earn 2 miles for every eligible dollar you spend for even faster travel awards on Delta and 15 airline partners. Take advantage of this great offer today and get 20,000 miles closer to a free trip. Plus, enjoy the card with no annual fee for the first year. Apply online or call 1-800-SKY-MILES now.
Today, the first 5,000 girls 14 and younger receiving a limited edition American Girl doll-sized Chicago Cubs apparel courtesy of Bank of America.
Oh, yeah.
And today's Cubs broadcast on WGN Sports, your official summer baseball station, is brought to you in beautiful high definition, sponsored by Comcast. Overcast skies. The wind is blowing straight out at the moment, and the lights are on. And let's check out the Cincinnati Reds starting lineup. They have hit just $117 in the first 2 games of this series. Former Cub Jerry Hairston Jr. is going to get the start in center. Keppinger at short. Griffey Jr. with 604 home runs. He's in right. Brandon Phillips, Adam Dunn, Edwin Encarnacion in the middle. Votto, Ross, and Arroyo 7 through 9.
And as we take a look at how the Cubs take the field defensively, we'd like to tell Cub fans, after your first sip of ice-cold Pepsi or Diet Pepsi, check for the Cubs sticker under the cap for your chance to win an overnight stay to the Abbey Resort and Spa on Lake Geneva. Stop a nearby vendor for your chance to win with Pepsi and Abbey Resorts. DeRosa, Edmonds, Fukudome across the outfield. Ramirez, Terrio, Fontenot, Lee across the infield. Giovanni Soto doing the catching once again today for left-hander Ted Lilly. See Ted Lilly's numbers on the season. He has surrendered 19 home runs. His counterpart today, Bronson Arroyo, with 18 home runs on the season. The wind blowing straight out. Let's see what happens.
So it's Lilly versus Hairston. Ted works from the third base side of the pitching rubber. The wind and the first pitch is pounded on the ground, fouled, and we're underway. .81 degrees, and the wind out of the southwest at 12. Popped him up near second base. Mike Fontenot has it, 1 out. Jen Joyce with that emphatic strike call will work the plate. Nelson Johnson, the crew chief Cheetah, is over third. That's crew chief TSCHR. Or crew chiefs, no R in there. IEF. Chief with a T. Breaking ball for a strike on Keppinger. A lot of kids in attendance today. Great day to be out here. Way outside, 1-1. Griffey next, and if anybody gets on, Brandon Phillips, the cleanup man. Reds didn't get much going last night until the 9th inning with 2 outs. Through the first 8 2/3, they had 2 base runners. Keppinger got on because of an error. Dunn hit the home run in the second, and that was it. But then Jay Bruce with an infield single with 2 outs against Carlos Marmol. Back-to-back walks, and all of a sudden the tying run came up. That forced Lou to go to his closer, Kerry Wood, and he got Phillips on a foul out to first.
Even though Lou had to use the positive side of his bullpen to finish that ball game, it never really felt like a close game because Carlos Zambrano was just absolutely dominant last night. Of course, you could be fooled as a manager, as a coaching staff, as fans, as broadcasters. A 5-1 lead felt very comfortable, but the Reds were one swing of the bat away from tying that game up.
Another pop-up. Ramirez and Soto get together, and it'll be a Ramos. We will not see Carlos Marmol today. I guess the foot is fine, but he's been busy. He's worked in 4 of the last 5. So he'll get the day off. Everybody else should be ready to go in the bullpen. If it's late in the season, I think Z has a great chance to complete the game. 103 pitches, second start back from the DL. No sense in taking any sort of chances. And you get him out of there knowing that he's retired 20 in a row going into his next start. That was as good, I think, as we've seen him.
I think we've seen him on days when he's had better stuff, but his command wasn't quite as good. We've seen him on days when he's had good command, but his stuff was just average. But last night he had everything working for him. Look at this Reds roster against Ted Lilly. There's a few guys that have had some limited success against Ted Lilly in his career, but a lot of guys that have had offers hung on him. David Ross, the catcher today, 0 for 8. Andy Phillips, one of the bench players, 0 for 6. Brandon Phillips, the second baseman, 0 for 13. Paul Bacco, the backup catcher, 0 for 3. And Ryan Friel, who's on the DL right now, 0 for 9 in his career against Ted Lilly. So he's hung a collar on some of these Reds hitters.
3-1 on Junior. The next pitch is off the plate inside, ball 4. Former Cubs skipper Dusty Baker back here for the second time. Reds were here in April. So this is his first year with the Reds. And his 15th season overall as a major league manager. They'll head to Milwaukee after this one for the weekend. The Reds are 34-37 since Walt Jocketty took over as the general manager on April 23rd. He replaced Wayne Krivsky. Fouled back by Phillips. And now time called down at first base. Griffey wanted to do a little work on the dirt as he was taking his lead. We talked about that dirt last night. Had a couple of wicked hops over on the left side of the infield. One and one.
Yeah, there was a time you would really have to be concerned with Junior over there at first base, possibly taking off, trying to steal a bag. He doesn't run much at all at this stage of his career, especially not against a left-hander.
Lilly with a good look at the runner. Hit hard, but it's rolled foul. Nice play by Neil Kotz. Kick save and a beauty.
Who needs a glove?
You might hear that line from Pat Foley this fall. Blackhawks hockey here on WGN.
Yeah, you see Junior drew a line out there where he feels he has a comfortable lead off. That's why a timeout was called down there at first base. You can't always gauge by the cut of the grass because different ballparks that cut is a little wider than other ballparks.
That's that proverbial line in the sand we hear about all the time. There it is. 2-2.
Hopefully Junior will not cross that line. Just stay right there.
As always, Lilly takes his time. He gets in his best rhythm by not rushing. But he's a little out of rhythm because he hasn't found the strike zone that much against the last two hitters, 3 and 2. And based on what we've seen in a year and a half of watching Ted Lilly every 5 days, he is the opposite of most pitchers where you want to see him move a little faster. But Ted, he doesn't want to rush things. And he seems to be at his most effective when he's under control. Driven deep to right, and Fukudome is going to have room just at the edge of the warning track, and that'll end the Reds first. So the Cubs offense will get to work against Bronson Arroyo when we come back.
Every sip gets you closer to Justin Timberlake MP3s.
Hey.
KDU. HD TVs, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Get Pepsi Stuff points on specially marked Pepsi or Diet Pepsi 24-ounce 6-packs for a free Amazon MP3 music download.
Why should a kid who bedwets feel any different than a kid who doesn't? Hello, mother. Hello, father. Here I am. Now there's Underjams, absorbent nightwear that helps give kids the nighttime protection they need with the privacy they want. Because Underjams fit more like underwear than the other leading disposable underpant. New Underjams by Pampers. Protection made private.
You know, I love our family tradition.
What's that?
The one where we pass our plates to the right.
When did that become a family tradition?
When you ordered that.
Try Olive Garden's new grilled garlic shrimp. Marinated shrimp topped with a roasted garlic glaze. Or try new grilled balsamic glazed chicken. Both served over angel hair pasta and homemade cream sauce. 2 new grilled dishes with endless salad and breadsticks.
I think I like this new family tradition.
Olive Garden, when you're here, you're family.
Let's check in on Lou Pinella's Pepsi lineup today against the Reds, one of his former teams. Terrio, Fukudome, and Lee at the top. Ramirez, Soto, Edmonds in the middle. Jim Edmonds trying to snap an 0 for 14. DeRosa with good numbers against Arroyo. Fontenot with a big night Tuesday. And Ted Lilly coming in at 206.
Take a look at the Reds defensively. Adam Dunn out in left field. He ought to just carry a bat out there with him as well. That glove doesn't do him much good. Jerry Hairston Jr. in center. Ken Griffey Jr. in right field. We've got Encarnacion, Keppinger, Phillips, and Votto across the infield. David Ross doing the catching today for right-hander Bronson Arroyo. And Ryan Terrio starts the ball game. First pitch he sees, whacked into left field for a base hit.
And away we go. Runner on with nobody out.
Well, the Cubs have seen a lot of Bronson Arroyo. This is his 16th start against the Cubs in his career. The 6-7 record, lofty ERA just under 6. I mentioned the 18 home runs he surrendered, 125 base hits in 99 innings pitched. You'll see a variety of breaking pitches from a variety of arm angles. Has a sneaky quick fastball. We'll throw an occasional cutter to a left-handed hitter, but mostly just tailing fastballs and big sweeping breaking balls.
First pitch strike on Kosuke. Would we say it's a good hair day or a bad hair day for Bronson Arroyo?
Well, it's a hair day. At least he doesn't have it braided anymore. That was a really bad look.
Backdoor breaking ball missed, 1-1.
You know, one thing you'll see a lot of from Arroyo today, and the Cubs have seen it in the past, is that first pitch fastball anywhere between 77 and 87 miles an hour. Batting practice fastball, just lobs it up there in the middle of the plate, hoping to jump ahead in the count.
Other early games of note, Phillies leading the Cardinals 3-1 in the bottom of the 5th, and the Rockies with a run in the 1st at Milwaukee. Cubs are 4.5 up on St. Louis, 5 ahead of the Brewers. So after they made that Sabathia deal, they need to win today just to get a split in that 4-game series with Colorado. Speaking of the Rockies, and Matt Holliday will make the start for the National League. Alfonso Soriano unable to participate in that game because of the left hand injury. So Clint Hurdle naming his own left fielder to play right. So Kosuke will play center and Ryan Braun will be in left. Giovanni Soto will catch. Runner was going and it's bounded foul by Fukudome. What a year Giovanni Soto has had. I talked to his mentor Henry Blanco earlier this week, and he is very proud of him. Says he deserves it. They talk a lot about the art of catching, having a good feel for the game. Called strike 3. So 1 out in the inning.
Get caught peeking at a backdoor breaking ball. I think he probably has a reason to stand there and look at it an extra second as Jim Joyce gives that emphatic strike 3 call behind home plate. Looked like that breaking ball never quite got back to the corner.
Brings up Derek Lee. 5 career hits against Arroyo, including 2 home runs and 22 at bats. I asked Henry, if you see things that you want to make a note of for Gio, how does that process work? He says, I'll wait till after the game. We'll go into the video room and go back and look at stuff. So I think the way it works is if Soto comes up to Henry during the game and asks him something, he'll tell him that he doesn't want to get in his head too much during the course of a game. We've talked about that many times. All the stuff you have to go through with your pitching staff, and you have to hit too. And on the hands and fouled off.
Yeah, the last thing in the world you want is for your catcher to be cluttered between the ears. And I'm sure Henry learned that very early on in his own career. There's a time and a place for instruction, and if the youngster wants to have some tutoring during the course of a ball game, we've seen Gio go up to Henry Blanco, go up to the pitchers, go up to the coaches during the course of the ball game. But otherwise, Henry just bides his time, waits till after the ball game, and then the teaching session begins.
Curveball low and outside. 2-2 the count. Well, we probably don't talk enough about the influence of Henry Blanco and Darrell Ward and John Lieber. Let's throw him into that mix. The veterans who you would consider role players on this team, but the influence they have in that clubhouse and in the bullpen.
Well, and the Cubs are very fortunate to have 3 top-shelf individuals fulfilling those roles. That's not always the case on every ball club. A lot of times the veteran players on the team called clubhouse lawyers. They're not necessarily a unifying force.
Terrio is running. He should have a chance to score here. He's already to third base. Dunn will pick it up. Cubs will get a run. And it's 1-0. On a 3-2 pitch, Derek Lee with an RBI double.
In doubt, Bronson Arroyo is going to go to that breaking ball, and that time he hung one up over the inside part of the plate for Derek Lee, and he spanks it down into that left field corner. Got a real good bounce off the sidewall. That ball ricocheted away from Adam Dunn, just enough for Mike Quade to continue to send Terrio on home, and he scores without a play.
Now former Pirates teammates Arroyo and Aramis Ramirez. That's a strike. Maybe Aramis is going to stick with this high sock look. He's been pretty good with it lately after snapping that long slump over the weekend. Average back up to 291. He had the game-winning home run last night. Added a double as well.
Since the end of May here at home at Wrigley Field, I'm not great at math, but I think that's a 500 batting average. 22 for 44. Talk about hot. 7 hits in his last 4 ball games. That's why he's an all-star.
Continue to have interesting conversations, and people come up and ask, why are they so good at home? Griffey will drift over. Lee will tag, and he'll end up at third base with 2 outs. I don't know the answer. I don't know if it's even worth trying to explain. I just know this. They feel like they're going to win every time they step out onto that field with those pinstripe uniforms on.
And the reality is it doesn't matter. All that you're worried about at the end of the year is wins. It doesn't matter whether you get them at home, you get them on the road. You just need to win enough games to win your division, and the Cubs will take them wherever they fall.
And I think that the implication is if they're doing something specifically here at home as far as the approach. Well, they have the best record in the National League overall, and just a half game off the top mark in baseball. If they're doing something right at home, then it says that the approach is somehow flawed on the road. I just don't think that's the case. They've had a lot more success here, but I don't think it's a specific thing they're trying to do here that they don't do on the road.
Well, speaking from experience, I've never been around a ball club that had a different approach for road games than they do for home games. You play the game the same way every day, regardless of the venue.
Scooped up by Encarnacion. Well, the crowds have to help. It feels like the World Series every time we play some baseball here at Wrigley Field. Cubs with an early lead again.
It's been a tradition since 1876. Think about that. That's more than 120 years ago that this company started making Budweiser under Adolphus Busch. The family has always put in the forefront, protect the excellence of the product Budweiser. And I think he would be very happy that the generations of his family have practiced what he taught us.
Did you know 1 in 2 women will develop bone or breast health issues?
Really? I didn't know that.
One A Day Women's is the only complete multivitamin with more calcium for strong bones and now more vitamin D, which emerging research suggests may support breast health. 1 A Day Women's.
Today for the Gold Delta Sky Miles credit card from American Express and start earning double miles in more places more often. Apply now and get up to 20,000 bonus miles. With award tickets starting at just 25,000 miles, you can fly free sooner. Plus, the annual fee is waived for the first year. Call 1-800-SKY-MILES. Now for the Gold Delta Sky Miles credit card and earn 2 miles for every eligible dollar you spend for even faster travel awards on Delta and 15 airline partners. Take advantage of this great offer today and get 20,000 miles closer to a free trip. Plus, enjoy the card with no annual fee for the first year. Apply online or call 1-800-SKY-MILES now.
Becker, weeknights at 12:30 East, 9:30 West on WGN America.
Let's meet today's Walgreens celebrity bat kids. 9-year-old Jacob Guerreri from Naperville, Illinois. Casey Jackson, 13 years old from Mount Vernon, Illinois. Having a great day at Wrigley Field thanks to Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. Go to WGNradio.com for more information on how your kids can become our Walgreens celebrity bat kids at a future game. Alfonso Soriano signing some autographs before the ball game, and he'll be back at some point in the second half. Lou speculated maybe that second series against Arizona. Sounds like the Cubs will encourage him to go on a minor league rehab assignment, but ultimately it is up to him. The thought there is that once a player has determined in his mind that he's healthy and ready to go, a team can't force him to be on a, quote, rehab assignment.
Well, we saw when Fonzie came back from his calf injury without a rehab assignment. Nice curveball from Ted Lilly for a called strike. He just wasn't quite up to speed with the game, offensively or defensively. It took him 3 or 4 days to finally get into the rhythm of the game, and you'd like for those 3 or 4 days to be spent somewhere where it's not costing you games in the standings.
The 2-2 to Dunn. Missed low and a full count. Hit his 23rd home run last night. Big pull shift. Fontenot about as deep as you could possibly play as a second baseman. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Lilly, after establishing the inside part of the plate early in the sequence, comes back with a series of slow breaking balls, gets Adam Dunn to chase a low curveball right here for strike 3.
Now the third baseman, Edwin Encarnacion. Second start of the series. Back in late June, he missed 5 games with low back spasms. This is his 8th game since coming back, and a towering fly to left. DeRosa's already back at the barrier, and it's gone. The ballpark can't hold it. Game-tying home run by Encarnacion, his 2nd home run against Lilly. Home run 99 for the Reds. They're 5th in the league in that department.
14th of the season for Edwin Encarnacion. He takes a home run swing early in the count, gets a middle of the plate fastball, and just casts it high in the air to left field. That 12-mile-an-hour wind blowing straight out we talked about gave that one a little bit of an assist. He hit it well, but he hit it so high in the air.
Joey Votto 1 for 6 with a walk in the set. Good to see the Cubs finally cool him off. First 6 games this year against the Cubs, he hit 5 home runs, including 3 in 1 game in Cincinnati back on May 7th.
Joey Votto's a good hitter. The numbers may not reflect it. It may not jump off the page, but this guy is a real good hitter. The Cubs were still struggling to find out the holes in his swing when they faced him earlier this year. And they know he can handle a fastball up and out over the plate.
Toward the hole, and Lee can't stop it. Fontenot can't get there. And a good cover there by Ted Lilly as Fukudome thought about throwing behind the runner.
Well, it's a good idea either for the pitcher or the catcher to go to the bag right there. Derek Lee had made a diving attempt for that ball in the hole. Mike Fontenot did the same thing, and once that ball gets through, you can get an aggressive base runner to take a big turn. Somebody has to be there at the base. Catcher has nothing else to do on that play, nor does the pitcher, so somebody might as well go over there and cover the bag when you see your first baseman laying on the dirt.
First action of the series for David Ross. He and Paul Bacco have split the catching duties. They have a third catcher, Javier Valentin, but his main purpose is to be the top pinch hitter off the bench. And Ross was involved in a bizarre batting out of order incident after a double switch at Shea Stadium back in May. He lined out to lead off the 9th, but then Mets manager Willie Randolph noted to the umpires that Corey Patterson should have taken that at bat. So by rule, Patterson was charged with making the out, and then Ross batted again and hit a single. So he basically got back-to-back at bats. It's like a B game in spring training. Just go take another at bat.
Just keep hitting until you're happy.
Boy, David Ross owes Corey Patterson something, right? He made the out, and it goes for the 0 for 1 on Corey's line.
Statistical quirk.
Now that's not right.
One of many in the game of baseball. Corey Patterson didn't even have a bat in his hands and got credited for an 0 for 1.
So his batting average should say in at bats he's actually taken personally. He's hitting. That's a called strike, even though Ross may have held up on his swing. Didn't matter. The pitcher Arroyo is on deck. He has a home run this year and has hit 4 in his career. A couple against the Cubs. Cubs with a run in the first inning, and the Reds have tied it on an Edwin Encarnacion solo home run. Look by Lilly. Votto runs, popped up. Terry Edmonds in, and Ryan makes the catch. He's going to throw to first. They've got a shot. Safe.
How in the world did Derek Lee pick that ball out of the dirt? It looked like it went right through the runner. Nice running over the shoulder catch to start the play by Ryan Theriot, going out into shallow center field. Boy, that is just tremendous quickness on the part of Derek Lee. This ball goes behind the runner, takes a bad hop, and he's still able to make the play. Unbelievable.
We've seen a kick save and now a glove save.
I mean, not only did he get screened by the runner, but the ball took a bad hop when it hit the dirt. Oh, my.
You got to be kidding.
Derek has a future as a goalie if he can make a stop on a throw like that.
Arroyo's home run was on June 12th. Joel Pinheiro of the Cardinals was in Cincinnati. Taste of his own medicine. Get me over curve to make it 1-2. Going with the double ear flaps. I think that's got to keep the hair down. Got it. Another curveball to get Arroyo. The Reds tie it up on the Encarnacion blast. It's 1-1.
The 80s, a time of Rubik's Cubes and video games, a time of big hair and even bigger TV. Put your mind on rewind and join WGN America for totally awesome retro nights. A flashback to the 80s with Family Ties.
I think it's fun for the whole family.
The Cosby Show.
All right!
Elf.
I'm so excited I could squirt.
And a special back-to-back presentation of E.T. All this week, starting at 8 on WGN America.
Every sip gets you closer to Justin Timberlake MP3s.
Hey.
Hey to you. HD TVs, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Get Pepsi Stuff points on specially marked Pepsi or Diet Pepsi 24-ounce 6-packs for a free Amazon MP3 music download.
Emmett, your gray facial hair has put you in a rocking chair. Your beard is weird. Just for Men Gel gets rid of gray in 5 easy minutes. His edge is back. He scores! Just for Men. Keep your edge.
Hey, sweetie.
Hey, Dad.
Nice fork.
It's not a fork. It's a Dairy Queen.
Ooh, then can I get a Blizzard?
Here you go.
And a hot dog?
Sure.
How did you... Oh.
Thank you.
Honey, you're not going to believe...
Good, you got him. We stopped at DQ and picked up your favorites. Well, then next week I...
Nice trot. Morgan?
Believe it. The Girl Scout Cookie Blizzard. New at DQ with real pieces of Girl Scout Thin Mint cookies.
WGN America. TV you can't ignore.
There's no better place for Cub fans to hold an event than Harry Carey's Italian Steakhouse in Chicago, Rosemont, or Lombard, or Harry Carey's Tavern in Wrigleyville. Call 773-HOLY-COW or visit harrycareys.com to plan your event today.
Nice play on words on the marquee. Rich Harden, now a Chicago Cub. He was working on his base running before the ball game with Mike Quaddy, Alan Trammell, and Ivan De Jesus. He is slated to make his Cubs debut Saturday afternoon versus the San Francisco Giants, a team he has faced before. A 1-1 to Edmonds. A roller to Brandon Phillips. He goes down on that right knee, pops up, and easily throws out Edmonds. Some of your favorite Cubs are headed for Universal Orlando Resort December 10th through the 14th, and you're invited. Join past and present Cubs players for private events at Universal Orlando's 2 amazing theme parks. Plus, enjoy an on-field baseball clinic at historic Jackie Robinson Ballpark. This exclusive vacation is available only through AAA Travel. Call 1-866-YOUR-AAA for details on how you can be part of the fun.
Well, I've got one hot off the presses for you. The newest Cub fan has been welcomed into the world. Brendan Patrick Bruno was born this morning to Kevin and Sarah Bruno. Family of Patrick Bruno, one of the fine clubhouse attendants for Otis Hellman down in that Cubs clubhouse. Congratulations to the Bruno family, and welcome Brendan Patrick into the Cubs family.
Absolutely. Big swing by DeRosa. Got a piece of it, 2-2. Showed you on the lineup card today. DeRosa 7 out of 14 against Arroyo in his career. Mark's 0 for 7 in this series.
With all the all-star talk going on in the days leading up to the break, I'm a firm believer that there's a spot on the all-star squad for a player like Mark DeRosa. Or we just played the Cardinals last weekend in his playing days, Jose Oquendo. A guy who can play anywhere on the field. You can use him as a pinch runner, a pinch hitter, a defensive replacement late in the ball game. I really think that's a category that Major League Baseball ought to look into, a utility player that an all-star manager could use at any one of a number of positions. Certainly Mark DeRosa's had a first half worthy of all-star consideration given his versatility and his ability to play all those positions well.
I tell you, he hasn't been with the Reds all year, but Dusty Baker would put Jerry Hairston Jr. in that category. He's playing center today. He's played short. We know he can play just about anywhere, and offensively, he's having a fantastic season. Now, he did end up on the disabled list earlier this year, and it was because of a headfirst dive. I know we talked about that a lot when he was here with the Cubs. He knows that you're not supposed to do it, but he can't help himself. He broke his left thumb and spent part of June on the disabled list. He had a little bit of a rough night at the plate on Tuesday.
Well, he had a good night at the plate.
Well, the results were rough. Hit the ball well, but several fantastic defensive plays made him over. DeRosa walks. Jim Edmonds with a shoestring catch in the first inning, and then Aramis Ramirez on back-to-back plays in the third and the fifth, retiring Hairston. After the third one, he slammed his helmet down past first base. And I'll tell you, Ryan Theriot made a nice play on him in the ninth, as Hairston picked up an RBI that night, but no hits.
Yeah, Ramirez made a diving stop to his left, a great backhanded play down the line, and then Ryan Theriot went deep in the hole to make a great play on Hairston. The outside corner. Well, and you know this is one of my pet peeves, but not going to get that logo sunburned on top of his hat, that's for sure.
And he's not the only one.
No, he's not. It's, you know, it's kind of commonplace nowadays. I just don't see what useful purpose that serves.
Fontenot drives this ball deep, sending Hairston back all the way to the wall over his head. DeRosa's going to be held up at third by Quaddy. Fontenot putting on an extra base hit display here lately. He hit a home run on Tuesday, and he is slugging .757 over his last 13 games, and that'll go up after that double.
Well, we talked about Mike Fontenot in San Francisco on that last road trip. I think a lot of teams take him for granted. He's a little guy, usually hits at the bottom of the order. From our Southwest RoboCam, however, he generates a lot of power in that swing, especially when he gets into a good hitter's count where he can look for a fastball in one location. Hit a big home run in that Giants series.
The infield will come in. The outfield able to move in a few steps because the pitcher, Ted Lilly, is at the plate. Second and third with one out. Breaking ball, strike.
Well, because of this defensive alignment in the infield for the Reds, Mike Fontenot can get a huge lead out there at second base. The infielders are actually in front of him, so he knows exactly where they are. He should be able to score on anything hit through that infield.
Because of the type of pitcher Arroyo is, if you're considering a squeeze today, does that change your mindset?
I think with Ted Lilly at the plate, a squeeze would always be in the back of my mind. I mean, he's working hard at his offense, but I think you probably have a better chance of getting that run home with a squeeze bunt than letting Ted Lilly swing away.
1-2.
And we've seen it against the hitters in the Cubs lineup. When Bronson Arroyo gets in trouble, he's going to go almost exclusively to that breaking ball. He may show a fastball off the plate, but it's more than anything else just to set up that next breaking ball.
Check swing foul. Well, a young fan was hit. We hope he is all right. So a little bit of a delay. And David Ross is going to go out and chat with Arroyo, and Ted Lilly, I think, might want to have a quick chat with Mike Quaddy.
That's a scary moment for players. They're not oblivious to what's going on in the crowd around them, and that little check swing by Ted Lilly just rocketed that ball into the bleachers on the left side. Hopefully everybody will be okay. Scary, scary moment, but boy, the players see it and they feel it down on the field as well.
So a 1-2 count on Lilly. He just chatted with Mike Quaddy. Breaks his bat. And Arroyo fielding it, and the bat ended up right at his feet as the runners hold. So 2 outs in the inning. Terrio coming up, but while we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
Put your mind on rewind and join WGN America for totally awesome retro nights. A flashback to the 80s. All this week, starting at 8 East, 5 West.
So it's up to Ryan Terrio. We're in a 1-1 tie, bottom of the second. Good concentration by Arroyo. That ball wasn't hit very hard, but he had a splintered barrel of a bat coming at him.
That's as close as I've seen the ball and the barrel of the bat together as it went out through the infield. I mean, this takes some kind of concentration. If you're Bronson Arroyo from our Southwest RoboCam, you see the barrel of the bat. He nearly stepped on it. Ball right in the same vicinity.
So Ted able to make some contact, but couldn't get the runner in from third. And so it's up to Terrio against a 2006 All-Star Bronson Arroyo, third-round pick of the Pirates in 1995. Here's the pitch. Low and outside, a ball and 2 strikes. Kosuke on deck. First base open, but Arroyo ahead of Terrio, trying to put him away. Outside, 2-2.
Facing Arroyo is a little different challenge than facing a normal pitcher at the major league level. Not that he's abnormal, it's just his stuff is different. Most guys throw their slider. It's a short, late breaking pitch. If they aim it for the middle of the plate, it's going to end up somewhere around the outside corner. Bronson Arroyo throws a sweeping breaking ball. If it starts in the middle of the plate, it's going to end up over in the other batter's box. I mean, actually, the breaking ball that you can hit against Bronson Arroyo is the one that starts right at you, because that ball is going to break into the strike zone by the time it gets into the hitting zone. Of course, usually by then he's achieved the desired result, freezes that batter momentarily, and then the ball sweeps into the strike zone.
They play Terrio fairly straight up. And it goes right back up the middle, base hit. One run in, trying to get another. Hairston won't throw, and the Cubs lead 3-1. Ryan Terrio pulling an Alfonso Soriano leadoff man, driving in 2. He already has 2 hits.
Big 2-out base hit for Ryan Terrio, going right back up the middle of the field. Leads with his hands. The barrel of the bat drags just a little bit, making sure he's going to put that ball in play somewhere up the middle of the field. Perfectly splits the diamond, scoring a couple of teammates.
That's almost his pull field.
Yeah, really. I mean, he'll look in certain situations. He'll look to pull the ball to left field, but you're right. That's like pulling the ball when he goes back up the middle, because most of his hits are to the right side.
Well, and it does tell you a lot about Arroyo's repertoire when the defense is going to play Ryan Terrio straight up, and that is that breaking ball. Even Terrio's going to be ahead of some of those pitches. Although he'll inside out a breaking ball, take it the other way. Pitchers probably hate that more than anything else. You make a nasty pitch, the guy fights it off, a little blooper to right. Ugh. Griffey's going to go back and almost over his head. On the warning track, he was able to haul it in. Kosuke hit that ball hard, but for an out. Terrio's 2-run single makes it 3-1 Cubs.
WGN America, your summertime home for baseball.
You're the folks that bought the old Miller place, in spite of what happened there.
Excuse me?
It's a dead zone. Calls have been getting lost in there for years. The last residents went completely insane.
We have the Verizon network.
You good?
Well, you've got crabgrass.
We test our network every day to be America's most reliable. Verizon Wireless. Get up to $100 off select Motorola phones, like the Z6C for $79.99.
Big Mac, you so want one.
The best summer vacation deals are here. Right now on Expedia, get the hottest deals on more than 1,800 hotels. That's up to 30% off during our biggest sale of the year. We guarantee nobody can get you a lower price. Plus, book now with your MasterCard and get $50 for gas. Expedia.com.
Change is good. WGN America. TV you can't ignore.
Cubs lead the Reds 3-1 as we go to the 3rd inning. Great to have with us Robert Brinton in his first year as the head Ho from the Ho-Ho Coms in beautiful Mesa, Arizona. That's the spring training home of the Chicago Cubs. Robert, great to have you here at Wrigley Field.
Thanks. It's great to be here.
And as we get started here in the 3rd inning, Jerry Hairston Jr. leading off. He'll be followed by Keppinger and Griffey. How big's the group here in attendance today?
We have about 50 here today for our annual trip back here to cheer the Cubs on and to get ready for spring training next year.
Yeah, it comes around fast faster every year, and we always enjoy our time down at Hohokam Park. You take great care of us. And it feels a little bit like maybe late March in the Phoenix area here today, doesn't it?
It is.
A little bit more humid, maybe.
Well, actually, we're got about the same humidity today. It's supposed to rain, so I'd rather be here, though.
Now, what's the temperature today back in Mesa?
I think it'll be over 100. But that's just in the summer, and the rest of the time it's great.
It's a leadoff walk from Lilly to Hairston, and it'll bring up Jeff Keppinger. So this is your 18th year of service, correct, with the Hohokams? And your father was one of the originals back in 1952.
Right. He, along with Dwight Patterson, one of those who brought the Hohokams to Mesa. And as a youth, I got to go ditch school and go to the games and help sell programs.
Very nice.
And I would imagine that this has turned into pretty much a year-round thing. I mean, you guys do so much for the ball club when they're in Mesa for spring training, and everything runs so seamlessly, but that doesn't happen by accident.
You know, each year it's more and more about fan conditioning and sponsor conditioning, player conditioning, everything. It is more than just a few games.
Have the Arizona League team that plays there. Fall League coming up. Great to see Dave Dunn, who runs the ballpark. We saw George Kiefer, the organist. And also wanted to mention Tim Sheridan Jr. has brought his father, Tim Sr., to Wrigley Field for the very first time. Tim does a great job as the public address announcer, so it's great to see everybody back here.
We're happy to be here. Long history with the Cubs, and we hope that stays forever and ever.
The average home attendance of 12,080 was a baseball high this past season, and 11 of the 15 home games were sold out. It's just a great setting for baseball, and you really should make it down to Cubs spring training if you can.
The key is to come early. Those are the games that have the most availability. Later in the season, it's harder to get those tickets. It's just like here, it sells out.
Look by Lilly at Hairston, and now time called at the plate.
I know a lot of Cub fans make their way down to Mesa even before the games start, as the team's just working out, whether it be over at Fitch Park or at Hohokam, and they watch the workouts every day.
When the pitchers and catchers arrive, that's a great time. You hang right on the backstop there at Fitch Park. It's very intimate, very close.
A 1-1 pitch. Curveball missed low and inside, 2-1. And for just general information on Cubs spring training baseball and on Hohokam Park, 480-644-4451. And for tickets, 800-905-3315. You can also go to the Hohokam box office. Now, there's nothing like mid-February, especially in these parts, and it was a long winter. But to dream about green grass and blue skies in Arizona.
It's a great time of year to be there. Just so much to do. Enjoying the weather, the Cubs playing, golf.
I don't know if they can turn two. In fact, Aramis never even looked at second base. Low throw. Good scoop by Derek Lee, who's had a very nice defensive start to this ball game. 1 out. So a runner at second base. Anything different or special coming up in 2009?
Well, we're just trying to make sure that we try and have as much availability of seats as possible for the upcoming year, and to make sure we get as many fans in as possible. Of course, we're hoping we're celebrating the World Championship Cubs coming in.
I like that. Yeah, that would be a nice addition. The pitch to Griffey, pulled toward the right field corner. Hairston's going to score easily. And Griffey's on his way to second base with the double, and that is his first hit here in the series. Robert Britton from the Hohokams, thanks so much for joining us. Have a wonderful day here at Wrigley Field, and thank you again for all you do and your great hospitality down in Mesa.
Look forward to seeing you guys in the spring, and can't wait till you get there.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Robert.
Yeah, Junior got a little out in front of an off-speed pitch, but managed to keep it fair down into that right field corner. Boy, he can really elongate his swing when he needs to. When that pitcher really takes a lot off of a breaking ball, Junior has that ability to keep the bat in the strike zone for a long time and keep that pitch fair.
489th career double for Griffey. Phillips goes high and very deep and gone. It's a go-ahead home run for Brandon Phillips. That's his first hit in the set. And it's now 4-3.
Mentioned earlier, Brandon Phillips 0 for 13 coming into this game, 0 for 14 coming into this at bat, but finally gets a hit off Ted Lilly, and he's going to take every advantage of styling around those bases.
Called strike on Adam Dunn. Well, that leadoff walk came back to bite Lilly as he gave up the double to Griffey to score a run, and then the two-run homer by Phillips. He's pretty excited.
I wonder if Ted Lilly jumped around on the mound like that the first 15 times he retired him.
Good question. Michael Wirtz up in the Cubs bullpen.
Much like Edwin Encarnacion's home run earlier in the ballgame, Phillips hit this ball a mile in the air. That wind blowing straight out to center field still, and that ball just does get up into the second row of the bleachers.
Pulled foul. You know, going to your point, I'm sure Phillips is excited about finally getting a hit off Ted Lilly. He hasn't had a lot of swings like that against the left-hander in his career. As you said, he was 0 for 13 coming in. Snapped an 0 for 14 with the home run. Now with this big pull shift on, it's kind of a fun question to ask, and I have asked Alan Trammell about it, Cubs bench coach, and helps align the infield. You have three infielders to the right of second base, and basically the third baseman, Aramis Ramirez, is playing short, and the question is, would you ever consider putting the third baseman where Terrio is and leaving the shortstop right where he is? And the thought is, instead of two guys out of position, only one. He was intrigued by the thought, but as we kind of talked about it more, the thought is that you're thinking Dunn's going to pull the ball, that he's not going to hit the ball to short. So that's why you would leave Terrio where he is. The other thing is, with a runner on base, you might not be as exaggerated, but you want to have a middle infielder near second to turn a double play. Didn't have to worry about it there as Dunn strikes out. And Tramp said he was once in a big shift, and he said there was just an easy double play ball, and he was playing kind of where Terrio was. He said, I got a great feed, and I completely blew the play. I don't know if he dropped the ball or misfired on the relay throw, but he said because I was coming from the other side of the base, I got totally disoriented. Now to hear that he made a mistake on the field is actually shocking.
It is shocking because he was one of the most fundamentally sound players to ever put on a pair of cleats. And that's an interesting point you bring up about the exaggerated shift. I was always kind of the opinion I like leaving the shortstop at home and moving the third baseman.
It's a seeing-eye bloop single by Encarnacion.
Only for the fact that your shortstop is the guy that probably has the best range of any of your defensive infielders. Why not leave him to be the one guy to cover the entire left side of the infield? And I guess you could make a case either way.
Well, Lou Boudreau started it all when he managed the Indians, putting on the shift against Ted Williams. Later became a WGN broadcaster.
Good kid.
I ask a lot of weird questions like that, and I appreciate the coaching staff playing along. Just going over all the funky scenarios that you possibly could run into. You know, as we talked about earlier in the series, the infield fly, purposely letting a ball drop to see if a runner would try to advance. 1-1 on Joey Votto.
Well, I like the idea of teams that utilize that overshift, that drastic pull shift on certain hitters. I think it's something that really needs to be practiced in spring training. We never did it with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and we used the shift quite often, and it just really never came up as something we should work on in spring training.
Runner goes, and a line shot, base hit. DeRosa with a nice play to cut it off, and that's going to keep the Reds from getting another run. If it gets past the left fielder, Encarnacion scores easily, and here comes Lou Piniella. And that's going to be it for Ted Lilly. So Lou has seen enough.
Votto finally got that fastball out over the plate that he's been looking for the whole series and lined it into that gap. That is a really nice play by Mike DeRosa to cut that ball off and keep the Reds off the board, at least for the time being.
Well, they have the lead, and the Cubs will dip into their bullpen pretty early. It's 4-3 Cincinnati.
Hey, Skip, need you in the wheelhouse.
Tenacious grip, no matter the conditions. Firehawk tires with Unity technology, only from Firestone.
Honey, if you want to get rid of your gray hair, try my hair color. It's really easy.
Women's hair color can take 30 minutes, just for men takes 5.
No one will notice.
First colors every hair, just for men targets only gray. The truth is, men need just for men.
You're so funny.
I love our family tradition.
What's that?
Where we pass our plates to the right.
When did that become a family tradition?
When you ordered that.
Try new grilled garlic shrimp with a roasted garlic glaze or new grilled balsamic glazed chicken. 2 new dishes at Olive Garden.
What are you eating?
Multigrain Cheerios.
So, trying to watch your weight?
No, why?
Nothing. It's just the box. It says it's low in fat.
Do I look like I need to watch my weight?
No. It just says it has 110 calories per serving.
Yeah, but there are other reasons why I like it.
I know. It's the box. It just says it's made with 5 whole grains. And that's good, isn't it?
What else does the box say?
Box says shut up, Steve.
Multigrain Cheerios cereal, because it tastes good.
Hey, Cubs fans, don't forget to check out our WGN baseball blog on WGNTV.com. Click on the sports link. Look for Len and Bob's baseball blog. Up on the blog today, I have a post about the acquisition of right-hander Rich Harden. Game notes from our friends at Stats. We have a question about your favorite 7th inning stretch conductor. Check out our new Baseball Buddy feature as well. Once again, WGNTV.com. You can look for our current podcast as well. One-stop shopping. You got to love it. Michael Wirtz is on. A slider strike to David Ross. Ted Lilly giving up 4 hits over the final 5 batters he faced. And the Cubs now trail 4-3. First and third. Ross, the 8th batter of the inning. In the dirt and blocked by Soto. That was the shortest outing of the year for Ted Lilly. Previously, he went just 3 innings against the Rockies on May 30th. That's the game the Cubs won 10-9 as they made that big comeback. This is a much different spot for Wirtz than if he were to come into a game in the 6th. And by that I mean Lou doesn't want to start using 2 or 3 relievers to get out of the 3rd inning. So he just walked Ross and now has to face Arroyo. So it puts just a little more pressure on a short reliever. working this early in a ball game.
Well, not only that, but we know Michael Wirtz is basically a two-pitch pitcher. He will throw an occasional straight changeup, but when you're used to facing a guy only one time and then you're out of the ball game, if Michael could possibly work his way through this Reds lineup a couple of times, we're going to get a real good look at what he's featuring. You can get away with two pitches when you're only facing 3 or 4 hitters in one inning, pitching an inning or an inning and a third at a time. But if you go multiple innings and have to work your way through that lineup a second time, that's when it gets a little testy for a short reliever.
Now, this is his first appearance in a full week. Scoreless inning at San Francisco on the 3rd. Probably see Chad Godin at some point today. Added to the Cubs bullpen. He came over with Rich Harden from the A's. There's Chad Godin. Next to left-hander Sean Marshall. So Sean Marshall back in the bullpen. Ground ball, and it's Ramirez. He's going to throw to first base, and that's the inning. They send all 9 to the plate. They chase Lilly out of the ball game, and now the Reds lead 4-3.
Bud Light is brewed to give you everything you want in a beer. Never-ending refreshment, superior drinkability, and now, X-ray vision. X-ray vision no longer available in Bud Light.
Let's go somewhere else.
The superior drinkability, however, remains.
Bud Light keeps it coming.
You're so funny.
I love our family tradition.
What's that?
Where we pass our plates to the right.
When did that become a family tradition?
When you ordered that.
Try new grilled garlic shrimp with a roasted garlic glaze or new grilled balsamic glazed chicken. 2 new dishes at Olive Garden.
Today's sun feels more powerful, but this dermaphoto shows the hidden damage under my skin. So now I use this Copper Tone Sport Spray. It protects you from the most damaging rays across 100% of the UVA, UVB spectrum. The best Copper Tone protection from today's sun.
Want to buy a box of Thin Mints?
Sure, I'll take 2 boxes.
How about 2 million?
No, 1 million.
Okay.
Wait, what? Oh, you're good.
Introducing the new Girl Scouts Thin Mint Cookie Blizzard at Dairy Queen. Creamy cool mint and real Girl Scout Thin Mint cookies.
That ball's gone. A home run. Sox win. Sox win. Yes. Cubs win. They win it. Oh, baby.
Scrubs live 7 nights a week at 11 East 8 West on WGN America.
Time to have a ball with our friends at the Illinois Lottery. Daniel Alarcon, 5 years old, involved in one of the Bloomingdale Park District's T-ball programs, selected today to throw out the ceremonial first pitch. And this is a special day for him. And they're making every effort to get televised game access to his stepfather, who is serving overseas. 26-year-old private first class Christopher Rea has been serving in the Army since April of last year and has been stationed in Sadir City, Iraq since October of 2007. So hopefully Christopher was able to see Daniel throw out that first pitch, and that opportunity made possible by the Illinois Park and Recreation Association.
Daniel did a fine job.
Need to score some more runs. The Cubs with 1 in the first, 2 in the second. They bat in the third, trailing 4-3. You just feel like if the bullpen can keep them close, Cubs are very confident that they can come back. Only down a run.
Well, 25 of the 55 victories that the Cubs have this season have been come from behind wins. So I'm sure everybody in that third base dugout feels like they're still very much in this ball game.
Ted Lilly came in having won his last 4 consecutive decisions. I'd love to get him a no decision. His last loss was at San Diego on June 4th. Two and two on Lee. The veteran righty on a 2-2 pitch just missed outside. There's ball 4 and leadoff walk. Don't miss the action as the Cubs battle the Giants this Sunday. Game time 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will get a Cubs blue t-shirt, compliments of Washington Mutual. Well, let's see if the Cubs can take advantage of the leadoff walk like the Reds did in the top of the inning against Ted Lilly.
I'll tell you, Len, we've talked about it in the past. For my money, Aramis Ramirez is as good a breaking ball strike hitter as there is in baseball. And with Bronson Arroyo flipping that American Legion breaking ball up there in the middle of the plate, he better be careful. I mean, Ramirez can handle anybody's fastball as well, but he makes a great adjustment when a pitcher tries to throw him a breaking ball for a strike. That's a ball that he normally pounds.
Six, 4, 3. Double play, 2 outs.
Aramis had a little trouble getting out of the batter's box there. He lost his footing a little bit. A slow start. That ball was hit so hard right at the shortstop. It was probably going to be a double play anyway. But the false start out of the batter's box made sure it turned into a double play.
So Arroyo back to that windup with that big leg kick. Off the mound quickly. How about that? He went from the glove and actually flipped it into his throwing hand. We'll have to take a look at that later.
4-3. See you tomorrow, Steve.
Do not let her get gum. You know it's Tony Stewart.
Tony, get the camera.
I've got the camera. Oh, Tony, he's a huge fan. Ready?
Tony, you okay?
Armor All wash, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare, and keep your car clean anywhere, anytime with new Armor All To-Go wipes.
It's gonna work. Why don't they go up? Let's go. Dad? It's time. You'd be a really nice catch for somebody. Please?
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can start something great.
For my girls.
Yes! I'm glad we did it.
Just for Men.
You're the folks that bought the old Miller place, in spite of what happened there.
Excuse me?
It's a dead zone. Calls have been getting lost in there for years. Last residents went completely insane.
We have the Verizon network.
You're good.
Well, you've got crabgrass.
We test our network every day to be America's most reliable. Verizon Wireless. Get up to $100 off select Motorola phones, like the Z6C for $79.99.
The men of TV are de-evolving. From man of the house...
I am the king in my castle.
...to man of the couch.
Haven't I heard of you? You're not a cop, are you?
Just when you think it can't get any worse, these guys show up.
I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl. That's my other brother Daryl.
Watch the men of classic TV go from sophisticated to sauced. Put your mind on rewind with Out of Sight Retro Night on WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
The As they continue construction on the new Bob Brindley Fitness Center, time for today's AT&T text poll question. As we get near the All-Star break, we want to ask you, what do you think the best team the Cubs have played this season? Text to 97999. He's lifting weights right now. The Tampa Bay Rays. How about the White Sox leading the American League Central? The Cardinals, the Brewers, or the Phillies? We haven't seen the Phillies in a while. Text your response to 97999. We'll give you the results later on. The poll brought to you by the new AT&T. See what's new at the new AT&T. Visit att.com for details. Well, we're going to quick pregame, postgame workout. That'll be nice.
I'll be rooting for you. I get my workout climbing the mountain every day. That's what I call it when we leave batting practice, walk up through the stands, up the ramps, up the stairs. By the time I get to the booth, I feel like I'm in as good a shape as I'm going to be all day.
Hairston lost the handle on the bat with his left hand.
Walked up that one before, then the next one, then the next one, then the stairs, then another ramp, then more stairs. But it's all worthwhile when we step into this booth and get the view that we get here every day. Just unbelievable.
Too high, a ball and 2 strikes. Wirtz in relief of Lilly, who went just 2 2/3 and gave up 4 runs. Foul and out of play down the right field line. Mark Mulder has gone on the 15-day disabled list, has a shoulder strain, faced only 3 hitters last night in his first start after coming back as a relief pitcher. He struck out Jimmy Rollins and then he walked the next 2. Something didn't feel right on the last pitch to Rollins.
Well, if I remember correctly, they talked about changing Mark Mulder's arm angle a little bit just to try to take some of the pressure off of that left shoulder.
Left-hander Jamie Garcia brought up from AAA Memphis to replace Mulder. 3-2 on Hairston. And the Cardinals are down 4-1 in Philadelphia. Ryan Howard with another big day. 2 home runs, giving him 27 on the year. And that leads the National League. In fact, it leads the major leagues. Grady Sizemore leading the American League with 22.
A little bit of a delay here at home plate. Giovanni Soto tried to grab Jim Joyce and tell him he was okay. Sometimes when a catcher holds that position for so long as you're giving signs and then the batter eventually calls the timeout and steps out, you can get cramps in the points of your hips. I don't know if that was the case with Giovanni Soto, but man, when you start getting those cramps in your hips back there behind the plate, they don't go away anytime soon.
Served in the left. It's going to drop in front of DeRosa.
You know, we showed you Aramis Ramirez trying to get out of the batter's box and beat that double play relay to first base. Watch Giovanni Soto, the next hitter in the Cubs lineup. Both of them almost simultaneously stumbling out of the batter's box. I don't believe there was any rain here at Wrigley Field or anything like that, but just having some trouble with their footing getting out of that batter's box today.
Synchronized stumbling.
Yeah, ought to be an Olympic sport. That'd be a gold medalist.
And then this is not how you would teach it unless you have like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. He just flipped it from the glove to the bare hand. How about that play?
Well, just about everything about that play was fundamentally wrong, but he got the out anyway. Don't try that at home, kids. Decent
lead by Hairston. He's not running. And the pitch is a strike on a fastball to Keppinger. Keppinger had some time on the disabled list. Missed over a month with a fractured left patella, an injury suffered when he fouled a ball off his kneecap. He ended up playing a couple of innings after the injury before he exited. He went. His hands were way out in front. I thought he might have held up, but the pictures don't lie.
Very close. Jeff Nelson doing his part down there at first base to try to improve the pace of this game. And a lot of pitches out of the strike zone. Some base on balls in this game for both teams. A lot of runs scored in the early going. That will tend to slow a ball game down. Not that we're in a hurry.
Past Terrio. They have back-to-back hits with Griffey coming up. Junior 6th on the all-time home run list with 604. 16th in RBIs, now with 1,740. Baseball's active leader in homers, RBIs, total bases, runs, and hits. This is his 9th year already with the Reds. 20th overall. Many of those years early on playing for Lou Piniella in Seattle. First ballot Hall of Famer.
Certainly, like with a lot of us, some of his skills have diminished as his career has gone on. But I'll tell you, back in his prime, there wasn't anything on a baseball field this guy could not do. One of the greatest defensive center fielders to ever play the game. Had a strong throwing arm. He could steal a base. He could score from first base on an extra base hit. Certainly, he could hit home runs with the best of them.
13-time All-Star. He missed out barely in the voting this year. Won 10 straight Gold Gloves from 1990 to 99. Unanimous choice for the American League MVP in 97. 2 strikes on him. 7 Silver Slugger awards. And he was born in Donora, Pennsylvania. That's where Stan Musial was born. Grew up in Cincinnati. Father played for the Reds. Quick throw to second. Hairston back. Hairston taking a base stealer's lead right in the baseline.
And getting a real good look at Giovanni Soto's signs behind home plate. If Hairston's out there long enough and can determine what sign the Cubs are using behind the plate, and if he sees an off-speed pitch, it wouldn't surprise me to see him attempt to steal third, even with nobody out in the inning. Normally that is a huge no-no, but
there he goes, and back both are running. I don't know what ended up happening in Kansas City last night, but Orlando Cabrera of the White Sox stole third, and Jermaine Dye was at the plate. Later, Cabrera would come around and score, and they got into it a little bit in the dugout. Dye just said it was a misunderstanding and everything was fine. The assumption would have been that it had something to do with him attempting that steal of third. I don't know if we'll ever find out. That was kind of odd. 1-2.
A lot of hitters don't like that runner at second base running while they're at the plate. However, Cabrera, I believe, represented the tying run in that ball game. There was only 1 out in the inning. It would seem to be a pretty heads-up play, and from what I understand, he stole the base easily without a slide at third.
Kicks away, and Hairston able to read that play and holding on. It was a pretty good decision there. I think Gio might have had a shot at him.
Ball hits just in front of home plate. Looked like it got a big piece of his throwing arm as he deflects it over into the Cubs on deck circle.
Wirtz with the 2-2 pitch, and that's driven deep to right center field, and Ken Griffey Jr. has just hit his 605th career home run. And it's 7-3. So he is now 4 away from the top 5. Sammy Sosa 5th with 609.
That was a bad matchup from the get-go for the Cubs. Michael Wirtz, the slider specialist, doesn't have an overpowering fastball, has trouble getting that fastball inside to left-handed hitters, so tried to use that slider to the back door. Unfortunately, caught too much plate. Ken Griffey's done that a lot. 605 times, as a matter of fact, in his career.
10th career homer here in this ballpark. And the Reds, who had just 7 hits in the first 2 games of this series combined, now have scored 7 runs.
Junior now 4 for 6 lifetime with 2 home runs and a double against Michael Wirtz. He just really doesn't have the weapons to go after Ken Griffey Jr. right now.
Phillips gave them the lead with a 2-run homer off Lilly. Still nobody out. Back-to-back singles and then the home run by Griffey. Swing and a miss. Kosuke will come in and won't be able to get there in time. So all those hits the Reds couldn't come up with in the first 2 games, they're dropping today. 4 straight to start the inning against Wirtz, and now action in the Cubs pen. John Lieber has started to throw.
This is one of those awkward situations for the Cubs because the pitcher spot is due up 4th in the bottom half of the 4th inning. You would assume that if John Lieber's the guy warming up in the bullpen, Lou would want him to go more than 1 inning, which would involve a double switch, but there's nobody who hit recently that you would like to take out of the ball game. Giovanni Soto made the last out of the 3rd.
And Phillips steals second base. I'll tell you, the heads-up play on that particular play right there was Aramis Ramirez going to 3rd. Now Phillips went in head first, but he had a play either last year or the year before on a big shift with Dunn at the plate. He kept running. He stole 2nd and 3rd on the same play.
Yeah, rather than slide into 2nd, he just rounded the bag and kept on going.
And I was talking to Alan Trammell about that. He said it's one of the most heads-up base running plays he has ever seen.
Well, and like a lot of things in the game of baseball, it involves some forethought. It's not something that you can just think of on the spur of the moment.
Left center, sending DeRosa over into the gap. He makes a catch, and Phillips tagging from second base, and he's going to make it to 3rd. Let's take a look at our upcoming WGN produced baseball schedule in high definition, sponsored by Comcast. On Saturday evening, the Sox host the Texas Rangers at 6 on WGN Sports. Giants and the Cubs on Sunday, 1 o'clock for the leadoff man, last game before the break. And then coming right out of the break, the Cubs at Houston, Friday, July 18th at 6 o'clock Central Time. The infield comes in, and a strike on Edwin Encarnacion. 2 for 2 on the day, including a home run. today it's been like a piranha attack. The Reds were able to smell blood. They jumped all over Ted Lilly, and they've done it again against Michael Wirtz. Momentum works in both directions. They had a stretch last night from the 2nd to the 9th in which they made 22 consecutive outs. This is going to get another run in as Phillips will score on the tag. A sacrifice fly for Encarnacion, and it's 8-3. It's the thing about this game, you just never know day to day. They went over 7 innings without a base runner last night.
They say it a lot about the game of football. On any given Sunday, any team can beat another team. And in baseball, when you play every day, it's inevitable that a team that's further down in the standings is going to jump up and have a big offensive day, or one of their pitchers is going to go out and twirl a gem, and they're going to jump up and bite you. And at least so far in this ball game today, the Reds have their hitting shoes on.
It's only the 4th inning. But at some point you have to stop that bleeding. As they have doubled their score. It was 4-3 going in. Now it's 8-3. Foul ball. Got past first, and a call was made by Jeff Nelson. It's a home plate umpire's call before it gets to the base. Giovanni Soto had a little quick chat with Jim Joyce. Need some more baseballs. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and the inning is over. 3-run homer by Griffey. Sac fly by Encarnacion, and it's now 8-3 Reds.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Justice room, wall-to-wall, and teal.
Exactly. And, you know, if you got a little extra carpet lying around, there might be a little something extra. For you, honey.
I'll see what I have.
Hey, you're home early. What do you think?
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
Very easy, honey.
Back pain? You don't have to just rely on pain relievers. Now you can take 2 of these. Dr. Scholl's Back Pain Relief Orthotics with Shock Guard. They're clinically proven and absorb jarring shock with every step you take. For back or knee pain, take Dr. Scholl's.
Want to buy a box of Thin Mints?
Sure, I'll take 2 boxes.
How about 2 million?
No, 1 million.
Okay.
Wait, what? Oh, you're good.
Introducing the new Girl Scouts Thin Mint Cookie Blizzard at Dairy Queen. Creamy Cool Mint and real Girl Scout Thin Mint cookies.
The 80s, a time of Rubik's Cubes and video games, a time of big hair and even bigger TV. Put your mind on rewind and join WGN America for totally awesome retro nights. A flashback to the 80s with Family Ties.
I think it's fun for the whole family.
The Cosby Show.
All right!
Elf.
I'm so excited, I could squirt.
And a special back-to-back presentation of E.T. All this week, starting at 8 on WGN America.
Hey, Cubs fans, we want to remind you that you can get official Cubs text and video alerts on your mobile phone. Text Get Cubs to 65246. See the uniform number flags, Williams and Sandberg, and a foul pole down the right field line. They'll both be at Yankee Stadium. Big contingent of Hall of Famers will be on hand. Ernie Banks, Fergie Jenkins, Bruce Sutter will also be there. Carlos Zambrano will be there, and he has his batting gloves on today. Looks like he's going to get a pinch hit appearance at some point. Edmonds drives that ball toward the gap, and he breaks the offer. On his way to second base with a double. Snaps an 0 for 15.
Well, the comeback has to start somewhere. Jim Edmonds takes that flat slider in the middle of the plate and just drives it to the opposite field. Huge gap out there in left center. Adam Dunn was playing straight away. Jerry Hairston Jr. was shading over toward the gap in right center, and Jim Edmonds split the gap perfectly.
Jim Edmonds says his vision has improved since he stopped taking medication after suffering a concussion in 2006. He had been taking those meds for a while. He decided to stop using the medication after he signed with the Cubs. He was having trouble focusing. Now, the medication helped with his concentration, but it affected his eyes. That could certainly be a reason why he was kind of able to get back to the old Jim Edmonds. And as you know, you have to be able to see as well as you can in that batter's box. The greatest hitters of all time, one of the things you hear about all of them is they all had great vision.
See the ball quickly out of the pitcher's hand, pick up the rotation, whether it be a bright sunny day game or an overcast afternoon like today or a night game under the lights. The ability to recognize that pitch quickly out of the pitcher's hand, that is imperative if you're going to be a good hitter. The story's been told many times about Ted Williams never went to the movies during baseball season because he felt it fatigued his eyes.
I'd have a tough time doing that, or not doing that.
Well, they also said Ted Williams could read the label on a record as it was spinning on a turntable.
A 78?
Yeah.
Now you have to explain to some people out there what a record is. Edmonds will have to hold it second as DeRosa is thrown out by Keppinger. What about having that mask on for long periods of time? Did you ever get tunnel vision behind the plate? Did you ever have any sort of problem?
No, but I used to wake up in the middle of the night sometimes and feel like I still had it on. I do it with my reading glasses nowadays too. You know, sometimes I'll be sitting there in a chair with no glasses on, but it's almost like I can see the frame of my reading glasses because I've had them on so often, and I felt the same way about the catcher's mask. You get so used to looking through those bars that sometimes even when you're away from the ballpark, you can still remember where they are.
So Big Z on deck with Fontenot at the plate and Liebert cranking it up in the pen. Carlos hitting .358. He had a base hit last night. 1 for 3 with a sac bunt. Two and two.
I'll say thank you to Christopher Kasulki from Eagan, Minnesota. Wrote us a nice letter. Said he enjoys watching our telecast. Len up in Minnesota. We appreciate it, Christopher.
Happy belated 60th birthday to Tom Ostroba. Driven deep to right field near the foul pole. Gone! 8-5. Fontenot stays hot. A double and a homer today.
Just keep chipping away at that lead. Mike Fondo takes a pitch on the inside part of the plate. Arroyo wanted it away. And Mike Fondo showing that quick bat and that surprising pop once again puts that one right down the right field line. Our Southwest Airlines, how far did it fly? 358 feet.
And they get on their feet for Big Z pinch hitting. A big swing, and all of a sudden the crowd back into it. Talking a little strategy here with a pitcher pinch hitting.
Mike Fondo has made the most of his playing opportunities. That's a fastball actually off the plate inside. That's how quick he is. He was able to get the barrel of the bat on that ball and keep it fair down the right field line.
You know you're good when you're a pitcher and you pinch hit and everybody drops what they're doing to get a look.
A large portion of this crowd is on their feet.
You don't want to miss a Carlos Zambrano at bat. Barehanded play by Arroyo. Good hand for Z. Just a cameo today. Playing Paul Schaefer and Spinal Tap today. In there for about 20 seconds. That's good enough. How about the defense by Arroyo?
He's a showman. There's no question about it. Barehanded the ball that time. He probably didn't have to. Had plenty of time to glove it and throw on to first base.
What's it like as a hitter watching Bronson Arroyo with that big leg kick?
Well, you try not to watch the leg kick. Yep. That's one thing for sure.
Shattered his bat, soft liner, and not caught. Keppinger will have to throw out Ryan Terrio. So a two-run homer by Fontenot. The Cubs inching their way back in this one, 8-5.
Every sip gets you closer to Justin Timberlake MP3s.
Hey.
Hey to you. HD TVs, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Get Pepsi Stuff points on specially marked Pepsi or Diet Pepsi 24-ounce 6-packs for a free Amazon MP3 music download.
Hey, look, I know your fancy little gizmo here is going to tell you to take the highway because it seems faster, but trust me, I've been doing this a long time, and I got a little shortcut. The next light, you're going to want to
turn left.
Okay, but here's the part no one knows. You're going to want to take the second left. But you can't go straight this time of day, so you're going to want to...
Bear right. Park Street.
Park Street is...
Is that a new suit?
With its exclusive IQ routes, the new TomTom Go uses real drive times to calculate the fastest route. TomTom, go confidently.
I love this one. This man finally popped the question.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
But his Visa card was over the limit.
I'm so sorry. There seems to be a problem.
His fiancée told him to call American Express.
Okay, this one's so cool. A Gold Card member wanted a special gift for his wife's birthday.
Oh.
So I got him tickets through Gold Card events for the concert of the year before they went on sale.
Got him.
Call 1-800-THE-CARD for the Preferred Rewards Gold Card.
This one's quite romantic. Card member calls up, wants to take her husband to this really authentic Italian restaurant. I say, it's easy with our rewards program. Go online, pick almost any flight, you can pay with points, and go.
Tiramisu.
Italian food in Italy. Bellissimo.
Get up to 5 additional Preferred Rewards Gold Cards for one low fee. Are you settling for less? Or are you a card member? Call and apply now.
John Lieber is the third Cubs pitcher. They trail by 3. Mike Fontenot with a 2-run shot. Mike forcing his way back into that starting mix. At some point, Alfonso Soriano will be back as the everyday left fielder. These are good problems to have. Lots of depth. Slicing drive down the right field line, and it is going to be a home run. I didn't think that ball was going to get out. It has just started to rain here. David Ross to right for his second home run. Their fourth home run.
I'm really surprised that ball even stayed fair down the right field line, but that wind continues to blow straight out. May have helped straighten that ball out a little bit. Just took a pitch up and away from him and sliced it down into that right field corner.
I'd kind of forgotten about John Lieber's one start. It was against the Reds, and he gave up a bunch of home runs. That was in Cincinnati. He allowed 4 home runs in 2 innings as Arroyo pops it up. Shallow center. Fontenot got out there quickly, and he'll take it.
Now, sometimes it's a no-doubter home run. You can tell by the sound and the trajectory of the ball. I just thought this was a harmless foul ball down into the right field corner, but it just does get up into the basket. A couple of feet inside the foul pole. What do you suppose they were saying right there?
I think throw it back.
Throw it back.
There's the basket. Ball doesn't actually have to go over the wall, just has to get into the basket. Very lightly raining. Might have a few showers today, but hopefully nothing that will last very long. But it's not an official game, so I guess we get a downpour right now, and that's it. It wouldn't be 9-5. It'd be a do-over. That's unlikely to happen. Two on Hairston. He has scored the 2 times he has reached. Walked in the 3rd, singled in the 4th, and came around and crossed the plate both times. Swing and a miss. Retired for the 2nd time. Hey, music fans, tickets are now available for the Project Revolution Tour at the Alpine Valley Music Theater on August 16th. You can log on to livenation.com for tickets. 2 stages filled with live music. The main stage features Linkin Park, Chris Cornell, The Bravery. You're listening to The Bravery, and Ashes Divide. Should be a great night thanks to livenation.com and Bud Light. Bud Light keeps it coming. Unfortunately, the Reds offense keeps it coming as Keppinger singles to keep the inning alive. They have a dozen hits. Griffey with 4 knocked in on a double and a home run. 2 for 2 with a walk and 2 runs. Richie Sexson has been released by the Seattle Mariners, hitting just .218. Back in December of '04, he signed a 4-year, $50 million contract. Eric Bedard has been put on the DL. And a rough year for the Mariners. They're in last, and we mean dead last in the American League West. 18 games out of first place.
19 games under 500 going into play tonight.
You just never know. I mean, we're halfway through, and to see Cleveland and Seattle where they are, pretty surprising. Right up the middle, Terrio Fields. He was shifted over, and he throws to Lee for the final out. Leadoff home run by Ross. A big offensive day here at Wrigley Field. 9-5 Reds.
See you tomorrow, Steve.
Do not let her get gum. You know that's Tony Stewart. Tony, get the camera. I've got the camera. Oh, Tony, he's a huge fan. Ready?
Tony, you okay?
Armor All wash, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare, and keep your car clean anywhere, anytime with new Armor All To Go wipes.
Nice finger. A wart could get used to this. Liquid wart remover. That's all you got? That could take weeks to treat me.
Did it get cold?
Dr. Scholl's Freeze Away removes warts fast with as little as one treatment.
You'll miss me.
Dr. Scholl's Freeze Away.
I love this one. This man finally popped the question.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
But his Visa card was over the limit.
I'm so sorry. There seems to be a problem.
His fiancée told him to call American Express.
Okay, this one's so cool. A Gold Card member wanted a special gift for his wife's birthday. So I got him tickets through Gold Card events for the concert of the year before they went on sale.
Got him.
Call 1-800-THE-CARD for the Preferred Rewards Gold Card.
This one's quite romantic. Card member calls up, wants to take her husband to this really authentic Italian restaurant. I say, it's easy with our rewards program. Go online, pick almost any flight, you can pay with points, and go. Oh, tiramisu. Italian food in Italy. Bellissimo.
Get up to 5 additional Preferred Rewards Gold Cards for one low fee. Are you settling for less? Or are you a card member? Call and apply now.
WGN America. TV you can't ignore.
Kosuke looks at a strike. 9-5 Cincinnati, last of the 5th. Cardinals just lost in Philadelphia 4-1, so the Cubs' 4.5 game lead has gone to 5. Milwaukee has come back with 1 in the 3rd to tie, 6 in the 4th to take a 7-1 lead over the Rockies. They're in the 6th. So if Milwaukee holds on, they'll jump ahead of the Cardinals and into 2nd. Strikes. The All-Star Kosuke Fukudome voted in as a rookie along with Giovanni Soto. Alfonso Soriano unable to participate, but he will be in New York. A swing and a miss, and he's 0 for 3. Time now for the Honda Accord game summary. Visit your Honda dealer and test drive the all-new 268 horsepower Accord V6. A rather dormant Reds offense the first 2 nights has awakened here today. A 2-run homer by Phillips giving them the lead. Solo blast by Encarnacion. A 3-run homer by Ken Griffey Jr., number 605 of his career. Mike Fontenot with a 2-run homer, as the Cubs are trying to hang around today. Derek Lee gets under one. Dunn's back along with Hairston. And it's the taller player, as always, making the catch.
Well, normally the center fielder is the captain of the outfield and has priority on those tweeners. But as you said, normally the taller guy is the one that's going to make the play. You see Hairston trying to wave off Adam Dunn.
I think he is the last guy you'd want to collide with.
You know, as odd as this sounds, sometimes it's just a matter of timing. If both guys are calling for the ball, and if they both call it the exact same time, they don't ever really hear the other guy call for it. I'm not sure if that was the case there, but you know, ideally one or the other continues to call for it, and eventually one guy gives way to the other one. Those shades.
I have to keep them dry. They should have a little mini umbrella right where the squatchy is.
There you go.
Just hit a button and they stay dry. Two, a little bit away on a fastball at 88. Full count. Arroyo has won his last 2 starts, coming in at 6 and 7. Beat the Indians in Cleveland on June 29th, and then 6 shutout innings against the Nationals Friday at home, and a 3-0 win. The win at Cleveland, the final was 9-5. That's what the score is currently. Based on what we've seen early on, however, pretty good chance 9-5 will not be the final tally today. Good take. Here's another look at our AT&T text poll question. Last chance to vote for the best team the Cubs have faced this season. How about this? Aramis with his 44th walk, more than his total from all of last year. He had 43. His career on base percentage at .339. This year is at .384. Base hit. Soto's on for the first time. All this happening with 2 outs.
We talk about Ryan Theriot and how many of his hits come to the opposite field. The exact opposite is true for Giovanni Soto. Most of his hard hit balls are to the pull field, through that left side of the infield, or somewhere in the gap from left center around to the foul line in left.
Well, let's see if Edmonds can get a pitch in his happy zone with 2 men on.
Light rain continues to fall here at Wrigley. The wind continues to blow straight out, maybe even a little harder than it was at the beginning of the ball game.
Get one up in that win today. 1 homer for the Cubs, 4 already for the Reds. Bill Bray, a left-hander. Juan Lopez in the background. Bullpen coach, former Cubs bullpen coach. Good to see Juan Lopez.
You saw he had that counter in his hand down there, even counting the warm-up pitches that Bill Bray throws in that bullpen.
Votto backhands Arroyo over to cover. And that's the inning. 2-out walk and a single, but 2 left. Reds still lead 9-5.
He made the 80s totally awesome. He's Al.
Wow.
The cat-eating.
We do not eat members of the family.
Smart-talking.
Hello.
Alien life form.
I'm in rerun heaven.
Rewind your mind with Elf. Tomorrow night, starting at 8.
WGN America. TV you can't ignore.
Oh, hey, you guys.
Thanks for coming. I love how you decorated.
Yeah, the garden gnomes are really great. The garden gnomes.
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
It's not what you're thinking.
Hey, sweetie.
Hey, Dad.
Nice fort.
It's not a fort. It's a Dairy Queen.
Ooh, then can I get a Blizzard?
Here you go.
And a hot dog?
Sure.
How did you... Oh.
Thank you.
Honey, you're not going to believe.
Good, you got him. We stopped at DQ and picked up your favorites. Well, then next week I
Nice trot. Morgan?
Believe it, the Girl Scout Cookie Blizzard. New at DQ with real pieces of Girl Scout Thin Mint cookies.
The best summer vacation deals are here. Right now on Expedia, get the hottest deals on more than 1,800 hotels. That's up to 30% off during our biggest sale of the year. We guarantee nobody can get you a lower price. Plus, book now with your MasterCard and get $50 for gas. Expedia.com.
9 runs on 12 hits for the Reds, including 4 home runs. 5 runs on 7 hits for the Cubs. An offensive day here with a wind blowing out. A little wet right now. And the second inning of work for John Lieber as Phillips swings and misses. Dunn and then Encarnacion in the inning. Big swing at a slider.
We get more letters, Len. Got a nice one here from Ginny Smith from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. She said she would have emailed, but she doesn't have a computer, so she took the time to write a nice note about the Cubs, and we appreciate it, Ginny. Thanks for watching.
Even better. Second strikeout for Lieber. Pledge your allegiance to the Cubs by becoming a member of the Cubs Club, the official online fan club for the Chicago Cubs. Cubs Club members will receive benefits unavailable to other fans, including your very own 2008 membership card, MLB.com's game day audio for the 2008 regular season, and much more. To join today, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Get well wishes to longtime Cubs fan Don Olson watching the ball game today. Congratulations to newlyweds TJ and Jennifer Reynolds from Alexandria, Kentucky. They're here at the ballpark.
Another nice letter from an 11-year-old young man named Ryan Stenger from Shelbyville, Illinois, and he has a bunch of questions. Well, he thinks Arama should be starting in the All-Star game.
We're good with that.
We're good with that. He asked me if Jim Edmonds and Giovanni Soto would win the home run derby if they were included. Quite possibly, Ryan. And also he feels that Ryan Theriot should have made the All-Star team, and it's tough to argue with that as well. Ryan makes a lot of good points. He watches every game, every day. Thank you, Ryan.
Ryan knows his baseball. There's another Ryan. See, Soto wanted it down. It was not. Watch out on Sheffield. Oh, my goodness.
Wind blown.
Ooh. 10-5. But you could see Soto setting up, telling Lieber, keep that ball down. And it was up, and Dunn took it out.
23rd time that Adam Dunn has gone deep here at Wrigley. This may have been the longest one of all. That ball ends up in a different area code. That's a big, strong man right there. You cannot afford to make mistakes.
Encarnacion, a towering fly to left, and DeRosa catches it. 24th homer for Dunn.
It's not unusual to see a guy hit a long home run and have the outfielder just stand and watch it go, but rarely do you have the fans in the bleachers just stand and watch it go.
He just makes this park look so small. on swings like that.
That's the first time I've seen fans on the rooftops across the street get into position to make a play. I think they thought that ball was going to reach the rooftops.
This has been a very tough matchup for John Lieber. 6 of the 9 home runs he's given up this year have come in 2 games against the Reds. Raining a little bit harder, sending a lot of people for cover in the lower bowl. 2-2 on Votto.
John Lieber, this is his first appearance in a week as well, just like Michael Wirtz, possibly some signs of rust. We know John Lieber is a command pitcher more than anything else. Sometimes that long of a layoff, you lose a little bit of that fine-tuning.
Votto thrown out by Fontenot. Long homer by Dunn. It's now 10-5.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer.
You just randomly up. No, what was that?
It's nothing. Yeah.
Every sip gets you closer to clothing, vacations, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Get Pepsi Stuff points on specially marked Pepsi or Diet Pepsi 24-ounce 6-packs for a free Amazon MP3 music download.
Andrea Barrow is a real Geico customer, not an advertising spokesperson. So to help tell her story, we hired one.
One day a rock chipped the windshield on my car.
Oh dear, broken glass sends shivers down my bottle.
I filed my claim at Geico.com and scheduled an appointment.
It was a piece of cake. Or maybe more like hot pancakes.
The repairman came right to my house and fixed my baby like new.
Now I feel rich. Thick and buttery, too.
Geico. Real service, real savings.
Oh, someone has put a logo right over my face.
Hey, sweetie.
Hey, Dad.
Nice fork.
It's not a fork. It's a Dairy Queen.
Ooh, then can I get a Blizzard?
Here you go.
And a hot dog?
Sure.
How did you... Oh.
Thank you.
Honey, you're not going to believe.
Good, you got him. We stopped at DQ and picked up your favorites. Well, then next week I
Nice trot. Morgan?
Believe it, the Girl Scout Cookie Blizzard. New at DQ with real pieces of Girl Scout Thin Mint cookies.
WGN America, your summertime home for baseball.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN Sports, your official summer baseball station, is brought to you by Bud Light. Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
And Adam Dunn. A long blast onto Sheffield to make it 10-5. Second homer in as many games. He has always enjoyed hitting at Wrigley Field. Bill Bray, a left-hander, taking over for the starter, Bronson Arroyo, who went 5 and gave up 5. Good numbers, and Bray's been in a good stretch. A 1.47 ERA over his last 21 games. DeRosa pulls it way foul. So Bronson Arroyo went the minimum 5. Far from a quality start, but his team giving him a lot of support. Trying to beat the Cubs for the first time since 2006.
It's a nice change of pace for Dusty Baker to go from the soft tossing breaking ball featuring Bronson Arroyo to the flame throwing Billy Bray. Bray is a guy that normally pitches much later in the ball game. The Reds bullpen is set up so that Bray and Jared Burton are the two guys that do most of the setup work for Francisco Cordero.
New Cub, Chad Godin. He will make his debut today, most likely. Full count on DeRosa. The home run by Dunn, his 23rd home run. And going back to when he jumped into the majors in 2001. 23 home runs in this ballpark, the most by a Cubs opponent. And Dunn will have to chase after this one. We'll keep DeRosa to a single. Time to see how you voted on today's AT&T text poll question. Best team the Cubs have faced in the first half. The White Sox getting 45% of the vote. The Rays right behind them. Cubs swept the White Sox here. Were swept on the south side. Then they got swept at Tampa Bay. See what's new at the new AT&T. Visit att.com for details. I think that voting plays into about how I feel about it. Those are the two best teams I think we've seen.
Well, especially the White Sox weekend over on the south side. They were a pretty good looking team that weekend. And certainly the Rays down in Tampa put it on the Cubs 3 straight times and were very impressive.
Tampa Bay has lost 3 straight. Their lead right now 2 on the Red Sox in the American League East. The Rays are in Cleveland tonight. The Twins getting 2 in the 9th at Detroit, so they're 6-6 in the bottom of the 9th. Early on in Oakland, Mariners and the A's 0-0 in the 3rd. Everything else is later in the AL. 2-2 on Fontenot, who already has a double, a 2-run homer, and has scored both times. As you would imagine, he did score on the home run he hit. Cedeno on deck.
Without a play.
That's our Nissan drive of the game. Up and out against Arroyo.
Didn't go quite as far as Adam Dunn's home run, but it counted just the same.
It actually counted for 2 instead of 1.
There you go. It was even better.
With a runner on base.
It doesn't really matter how far they go, just so they get over the barrier. That's what Dusty Baker used to talk about Hank Aaron all the time. Hank never really hit a lot of tape measure home runs, but they were always just enough to get over the fence.
Why waste the effort? Ball 4, first 2 are on. Cedeno pinch hits for Lieber.
We've got a good this day in baseball history for you, Len. A 3-parter.
We have time.
Yes, we do. Back in 1932, the Philadelphia Athletics beat the Cleveland Indians 18-17 in an 18-inning ball game. Okay, that's pretty impressive right there. The Indians had an outfielder by the name of Johnny Burnett, who in that 18-inning ball game went 9 for 11. That's pretty impressive.
9 hits in 1 game.
Okay. The starting pitcher was knocked out in the first inning of the ball game, and a reliever by the name of Ed Rommel came in and pitched the next 17 innings, gave up a record 33 hits over 17 innings. That's pretty amazing. Now, here's the capper. The reason he had to go 17 innings because the manager/owner of the Athletics, Connie Mack, tried to save some money on train fare, only took 2 pitchers to the game. So once the starter got knocked out, go get him, Ed Rommel. It's all on you, pal. Wow. That was back in 1932.
Pretty good chance we won't see that happen again.
I wouldn't think so.
Encarnacion, and he threw it away. He threw it away. DeRosa will score. Oh, mark that one down. It's 10-6. There should be 2 outs in this inning. Instead, no outs. And a big, big error.
14th of the season for Edwin Encarnacion. About as routine a double play opportunity as you can have. That ball's even leading him right to the base at second. Got his elbow down underneath that throw and just flipped it over Brandon Phillips' head into right field.
It's getting very interesting now. 2 on, no outs, top of the order. Still a long way to go.
Make it hurt.
Strike on Ontario. Encarnacion again. This time a good feed, and they get the double play. 5-4-3. Cubs get a run. So no RBI for Terrio. It's 10-7.
Well, they always say that defenders want that next ball hit to them after making an error. I personally never felt that way, but Edwin Encarnacion turns a nice double play there.
I know there was one day you didn't want that to happen, and unfortunately it did, right?
Yep.
Well, that's the kind of ball you do want. Fairly routine. Momentum taking him towards second base. So bases empty, 2 strikes on Fukudome. We'll see the Cubs debut of Chad Godin in the 7th. It has pretty much stopped raining. Fukudome spins around, strike 3. And the inning is over. The Cubs do get a couple of runs. Big error in that inning by Encarnacion. 10-7.
At Sacred Heart Hospital, our doctors are among the best in the nation.
Scrubs. Live 7 nights a week at 11 East, 8 West.
Why should a kid who bedwets feel any different than a kid who doesn't? Hello, Mother. Hello, Father. Here I am. Now there's Underjams, absorbent nightwear that helps give kids the nighttime protection they need with the privacy they want. Because Underjams fit more like underwear than the other leading disposable underpant. New Underjams by Pampers. Protection made private.
Hey, look, I know your fancy little gizmo here is going to tell you to take the highway because it seems faster, but trust me, I've been doing this a long time, and I got a little shortcut. The next light, you're going to want to take a look. Left. Okay, but here's the part no one knows. You're going to want to take the second left. But you can't go straight this time of day, so you're going to want to...
They're right. Park Street.
Park Street is...
Is that a new suit?
With its exclusive IQ routes, the new TomTom Go uses real drive times to calculate the fastest route. TomTom, go confidently.
You're the folks that bought the old Miller place, in spite of what happened there.
Excuse me?
It's a dead zone. Calls have been getting lost in there for years. The last residents went completely insane.
We have the Verizon network.
You're good.
Well, you've got crabgrass.
We test our network every day to be America's most reliable. Verizon Wireless. Get up to $100 off select Motorola phones, like the Z6C for $79.99.
Time for today's Bud Light Fan Cam and what has become the Summer of Love 2008 on the north side. This is from Bob Friendly's iPod. The Party remix. It's from Time Capsule, The Mixes.
Does that song have anything at all to do with love?
Today's Bud Light Fan Cam, Bud Light keeps it coming.
They just don't write them like that anymore.
They don't. Greg Kinn, right? The breakup song. They just don't write them like that anymore. I'll remind you if I got my mind set on you. Chad Gaudin makes his Cubs debut. Former Ray, former J, former A. And he pitched for Lou in Tampa Bay. I will stop rhyming, I promise. Born in New Orleans. Double play combination from Louisiana as well. Terrio and Fontenot.
There's actually a note in the Cubs media notes about that fact that the Cubs have more Louisiana-born big leaguers than any other team in the major leagues.
So he came over in the deal a couple of days ago from the Oakland A's along with starter Rich Harden, who is slated to make his Cubs debut on Saturday versus the Giants. And going the other way in that deal, Matt Merton, Sean Gallagher, Eric Patterson, who was at Iowa at the time, and catcher Josh Donaldson, who was at Single-A Peoria. The count on David Ross, who homered in his last at bat. Gaudin basically sinker slider. Can start if you needed him in a pinch. He has made 6 starts this year. He made 34 last year, won 11 and 13 with the A's with a 4.42, 199 in the third innings. 162nd career appearance. High deep drive by David Ross. He thought he got it, and he is correct. His second home run. Well, the Reds keep answering. Cubs got to within 3, and now it's back to a 4-run deficit, 11-7.
You said it a couple of innings ago. We haven't seen the final score of this game yet. David Ross with his second bomb of the game. This one a little bit more legit than the last one. Way back into the bleachers in left center field.
Jay Bruce, a rookie, will bat for Bill Bray. Bruce 1 for 7 in the first 2 games of the series. He got the start. Both games in center. On the bench to begin this one against the lefty Lilly. Little flare, base hit. Here's Hairston again. Chad Gaudin had a great line about pitching for Lou Piniella. He says he doesn't like it when you walk people. He knows that.
He has that look. You don't even have to talk to him. He just gives you the look.
Gaudin's only 25. Harden's 26. I guess the simplest way to describe Rich Harden and his stuff, similar to Jason Schmidt, basically he's been fastball changeup. And the Cubs will be very cautious with Harden in the second half. Slated to go on Saturday, and then probably won't go again until the 4th game after the break. That was the plan that Lou had set out yesterday. He gave the 5 pitchers in order after the break. That's always subject to change. Center field sending Edmonds back. And he has enough space. 1 out. Best wishes go out to Jay and Carla watching the telecast in Bermuda today.
Oh, man. That's tough duty.
Thanks for the email. Keppinger with 2 hits. Ontario will have to throw to first. Bruce at second, 2 outs. And actresses from American Girl Theater will handle our 7th inning stretch today. At second with 2 outs. Time called.
I'm looking forward to this rendition of the 7th inning stretch. The girls did such a fine job with the national anthem before the game. I'm sure they're going to knock it out of the park here in the 7th.
And they're ready. Dan's 1-0. Way inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Now 9-1 in Milwaukee. The Brewers with a lead in the 8th. Corey Hart with his 15th home run. Kick in the pitch. Ground ball to second base. Fontenot playing deep, and he gets the out. They get a run. Time for the stretch.
And today's guest conductors for Take Me Out to the Ball Game welcome the girls from American Girl Theater.
Hello, Chicago, and welcome to American Girl Day at Wrigley Field. It is great to be here today, since every American girl loves the Cubs. Are you ready? On 1, on 2, on 3. Take me out to the ball.
My name's Joey Mayer. I work for the Fort Collins Anheuser-Busch Brewery. Where I'm standing right now is the Poudre River Valley. A few years ago, we had a forest fire destroy a lot of the trees and vegetation of the area. We had over 100 employees dedicate their weekend to come out and plant over 1,000 trees. Helps keep our water clean, protects the water that we drink. Just another example of us doing our part to support the community in which we work and live.
Did you know 1 in 2 women will develop bone or breast health issues?
Really? I didn't know that.
One A Day Women's is the only complete multivitamin with more calcium for strong bones and now more vitamin D, which emerging research suggests may support breast health. One A Day Women's.
Music is all over the place. Comes bubbling right up from the street.
Any kind of music you want, right here in New Orleans.
There you go.
Come for the blues.
The blues.
The sweet sounds of jazz. No place like this place for music.
Come fall in love with New Orleans. All over again.
Call now or visit NewOrleansOnline.com to order your free guide and get great hotel rates starting at $79.
Love to laugh? So do we. Sunday, we're rewinding your mind with 3 comedy classics. WKRP in Cincinnati, Newhart, and The Honeymooners. Only on WGN America.
Mike Lincoln will take over here in the 7th. As job by the American Girl Theater with our 7th inning stretch. The harmonies working and everything. It's kind of like when we sing it, right?
A lot like that, yeah. Very enthusiastic group of young ladies. Nice job.
11-7, the Reds lead. Derek Lee will start Cubs half of the 7th, and he takes a strike. In the air, Griffey will get there in time. 1 out. Ramirez coming up. Lincoln was a non-roster invitee to spring training and made the opening day roster. Tommy John surgery in July of 2004. Did not pitch at all in 06 or 07. Dave Bush on the mound today for Milwaukee. 13 strikeouts through 8. No walks. Brewers jumping on Jorge De La Rosa for 7 runs in 3 2/3. Hit foul by Ramos. Cubs have only dropped 10 of their first 45 games at home. They've won 17 of their last 19. Only 2 losses during this stretch have come to the Baltimore Orioles.
Just keep pecking away at that lead. Try to cut it in half every opportunity you get.
Another foul. Fontenot with a 2-run homer. Cubs with 2 unearned runs in the 6th. Biggest problem is the Cubs pitchers have not been able to keep the ball in the ballpark. They have given up 6 home runs. It's not even the most home runs they've allowed this year. 7 against the Reds at Cincinnati on May 7th. Chad Godin gave up a leadoff home run to Dave Ross in his first inning of work with the Cubs. Able to come back after a single by Bruce to retire the next 3. How about this battle here?
The 3 previous at-bats against Mike Lincoln. Ramos Ramirez 2 for 3 with a couple of doubles, so he's feeling pretty comfortable up there.
And he walked it. So Soto 1 for 3. They give him all kinds of room on the right side. You talked about all the times he has pulled the ball this year. Brandon Phillips not too far from second base. And Votto is holding on Ramirez at first.
Now, some hitters on this Cubs roster, you would expect them to try to take a shot to that right side because of that big hole, but that's not Giovanni Soto's game. Lou wants him to go up there and get a good pitch to hit and drive it. Most of the time, that means to his pull field.
And he does pull it. It's slowed down by Encarnacion, but it'll be a hit. So here they come again. 2 on, no outs.
Gio does such a good job of making adjustments to off-speed pitches. Just kind of slowed down his body that time. Able to drive the bat through the strike zone and hook that one just inside the line. From our Southwest RoboCam, nice effort by Edwin Encarnacion, but that'll go down as an infield hit for Giovanni Soto.
In general, they say the elite hitters are guys who can hit the ball foul line to foul line. But when it comes to pull hitters like Soto, you made an interesting point. Like, you don't want to change your game based on the alignment, right? That's the point. You don't see Ryan Howard and Adam Dunn try to bloop balls into left to go against the pull shift against them. Ken Griffey Jr., Jim Thome.
Haven't seen Adam Dunn try to drive one the other way yet in this series. I mean, you play to your strengths. The real key is getting a pitch that you can hit hard to your pull field. Trying to pull a pitch that's off the outside corner or an off-speed pitch that you're fooled by a little bit, that's when you're going to make some easy outs. But if you're ready to hit that ball to your pull field and get the pitch in an area you're looking for, then you're probably going to hit it hard.
The 2-0 to Edmonds. High to left, Adam Dunn is going to have room to make the play. The crowd wanted to push that one right out. DeRosa now with 2 outs. Jeremy Affeldt, their other left-hander, now up. Last time up, DeRosa picked up his first hit of the series after an 0-for-8 start. He walked earlier and scored. Outside. The Giants will come in tomorrow after being swept in New York. The Mets beat them 7-3. The Giants scored for the first time in that series. They were shut out in the first 2 games. Schoenweiss over Romo. Fernando Tatis hit his 4th home run. Mets have now won 6 straight. Still a game and a half behind the Phillies. Jared Burton, a right-hander, has joined Affeldt. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He struck him out, and Lincoln is able to get out of it. The Cubs strand 2. Will go to the 8th. 11-7 Reds.
It's not a dream. You are not hallucinating. You're witnessing the metamorphosis of a new network. WGN America. Keep your eyes here. Reno 911. Friday night at 1 East, 10 West on WGN America.
See you tomorrow, Steve.
Do not let her get gum. You know, it's Tony Stewart.
huge fan. Ready?
Tony, you okay?
Armor All wash, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare, and keep your car clean anywhere, anytime with new Armor All To Go wipes.
It's gonna work. Why don't they go up? Let's go. Dad? It's time. You'd be a really nice catch for somebody. Please?
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can start something great.
For my girls.
Yes! I'm glad we did it.
Just for Men.
How do we do the soup, salad, and breadsticks lunch at Olive Garden? We start with the salad, then pass around the breadsticks, and finish with the perfect bite.
Our unlimited fresh salad, homemade soup, and warm breadsticks lunch, just $5.95, only at Olive Garden.
He made the 80s totally awesome. He's El.
Wow.
The cat eating.
We do not eat members of the family.
Smart talking.
Hello.
Alien life form.
I'm in rerun heaven.
Rewind your mind with El. Tomorrow night, starting at 8.
Here's today's Too Much Good Stuff brought to you by AM/PM. David Ross, the Reds catcher, with a couple of home runs in this game. One down the right field line, one deep into the bleachers in left center. His second and third home runs of the season. Too much good stuff. David Ross, thank you, AM/PM.
So we get into the 8th inning. The Reds lead by 4. Chad Godin still on for his second inning. And he faces Brandon Phillips, who gave the Reds a lead they have not relinquished. Back in the 3rd inning, a 2-run homer. That made it 4-3. And this will be an easy play for DeRosa. I'm not saying the batters today on both sides are swinging for home runs, but clearly they're trying to get the ball up in the air.
Yeah, a lot of lift swings today. Something you don't see a lot of early in the season here at Wrigley Field. I was just thinking that about Chad Godin. This is probably not very fair that he comes to the Cubs when he does. The weather's heated up. The wind is blowing out most days. He wasn't the beneficiary of that first month and a half or 2 months of the season when the wind was howling straight in mostly every day.
Done with 2 strikeouts, a fly to left, and one of the longest home runs we've seen this year here at Wrigley Field. Cubs Media Relations Department, they do break down the home runs that have gone completely out of the ballpark. Only 4 now have gone on to Sheffield, and 5 on to Waveland. The last homer to get to Sheffield, Jody Garrett off Carlos Zambrano on May 12th, so it's been a while. Cubs have hit balls onto the street just twice this year, opponents 7 times. But as Bob said, just has to get into the basket or over it. Doesn't have to completely get out. Another ground ball to second. Goes 4-3. $41,459, the paid crowd. Going to battle a little rain today, not too much.
Well, it appears that most of those who went back underneath the overhang to get out of the rain have come back to their seats.
Slider for a strike to Encarnacion. This is the first time Godin has pitched in this ballpark. Gets off the mound, picks it up, and throws to Lee in time to get Encarnacion. So he retired the last 6 after the homer and the single. Cubs still trail now with 6 outs to go. They're down 4.
You just randomly What was that?
It's nothing. Yeah.
Every sip gets you closer to clothing, vacations, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Get Pepsi Stuff points on specially marked Pepsi or Diet Pepsi 24-ounce 6-packs for a free Amazon MP3 music download.
It basically took me the whole summer. And I don't know how many times I needed to go to AutoZone, but at least now when I go, it's not on my bike.
That's her 4th free sample.
And I still can't taste the fiber.
Yeah, what's the deal? Fiber One yogurt. This is too good to be fiber.
It's too creamy to be fiber.
May I be of assistance?
Yes, I've tried all of these yogurts, and there's no fiber in any of them.
Actually, there is. It's on the box.
So we gotta eat the box to get the fiber?
20% per serving.
She's almost had a whole day's worth already.
Fiber One yogurt. Cardboard, no. Delicious, yes.
WGN America, your summertime home for baseball.
At Sacred Heart Hospital, we treat patients like family.
Scrubs, live 7 nights a week at 11 East, 8 West.
11-7. The Reds have not scored in just 2 innings, the first and the 8th. Cubs have scored in 4 of their first 7. And some defensive changes. A former Cub, Corey Patterson, is now playing center. Another former Cub, Jerry Hairston, now playing left. He goes from center to left. And Jared Burton is not a former Cub, but he's pitching.
Good numbers for Jared Burton on the season. I mentioned a little bit earlier in the game, he's the primary right-handed setup guy for Francisco Cordero. 50 strikeouts in 47 and a third innings pitched against only 17 base on balls. He's a strike thrower.
What a day for Fontenot in the 8th spot. A double, a 2-run homer, a walk, 3 runs. I think if he triples, it should be a cycle. Our good friend Hawk Harrelson calls a walk a base hit, right? Same difference. Any way to get on. Should have like the super cycle. Single, double, triple, home run, walk, hit by pitch, catcher's interference. What else?
Throwing a sac fly.
Sure. If you can play in about a 14-inning game, you'd have the chance to do that. There's Rich Harden. Pretty popular guy among the media before the game. They flocked around him near the Cubs dugout.
Just wait till you do something. He's been in town a couple days trying to meet his new teammates, get acclimated to a new clubhouse, a new ballpark. He's been inundated with interview requests and media sessions.
Neil Kotz working in the bullpen. Fouled back by Fontenot. Still 2-2 on him. Darrell Ward is on deck in Godin's spot. The next 2-2, another foul. It glanced off the side of the backstop and into the seats. We got a nice email from Ellen Moser, who's coming out on Sunday, and she has designed a bunch of very interesting T-shirts that we hope to find. Got Brenly is one of them. And she spelled your last name right.
Very nice.
Outside. Get Your Brenly On, which has the alternate Cub logo with a mustache on it. I don't know if you can see it here. I'll try to show you there. And you probably can't see it. Right there. Not bad.
That's going to be the must-have fashion item of the summer, I'm sure.
I love, or I heart Bob Brenly with a mustache over the heart. Not bad. Good stuff.
This whole mustache thing is taking on a life of its own.
I think it's the Giambi factor. Ground ball, and it's scooped up by Votto. Burton dropped it. Another break for the Cubs. The Reds made 3 errors last night, 2 today here in the late innings, and the Cubs still hanging around. He just dropped it.
Yeah, looks like a relatively routine out. Mike Fondo doesn't assume anything, running down that first base line, and Jared Burton just took his eye off the ball to find the base over there, and as he did, the ball just trickled out of the heel of his glove.
He had an error on what appeared to be a routine double play ball. An error on Encarnacion in the 6th. The Cubs were able to get 2 unearned runs that inning. Could have gotten more, but then Terrio hit into a 5-4-3. And now Burton committing an error, and the leadoff man is on. This game is about 2 hours 50 minutes old, and Darryl Ward's been waiting for this one at bat. Hairston went back. Now he comes in a couple of steps. So that's it for Darryl Ward. 2 pitches, and his day is done. Sounds easy, but it's not. Being a professional pinch hitter.
And talking about mustaches, I have to give a shout out to one of the best websites I've seen in a long time, the American Mustache Institute. And they have an open letter to Cubs Nation. You remember we had the little bet if the Cubs won 10 in a row, I was going to shave my stash, you were going to grow one. And
yeah, you can't shave it now.
No, not now. A gentleman by the name of Aaron, I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name. It's spelled P-E-R-L-U-T. Perlut, I'm not quite sure, but he is the executive director of the American Mustache Institute and pleaded with the people of Cub Nation to discourage me from shaving off my mustache.
I got you. So they were going to sign a petition for you to not shave your mustache?
I guess so. I mean, a lot of great stuff on the website said you should never trust a police officer that is not wearing a mustache. Immediately call 911 if an officer tries to arrest you without a stash. All kinds of tips on here. Of course, they always encourage you to consult your physician before exploring your personal mustache capabilities. They've taken a lot of time to put this website together, and I do appreciate the shout out and wish them the best of luck. There you go.
Tim Cheetah's in on that. Phillips with the flip to Keppinger, and they can't turn it. The ball was slowed down by the wet grass of the infield apron.
Well, and, you know, we've all heard nicknames for mustaches. You know, Cookie Duster was always one of my favorites, but I've never heard of a lip sweater before. I kind of like that one.
We have the handlebar mustache, Raleigh fingers.
There's also a footnote here. Mustaches should not be worn by women. I'm just reading off the website.
Okay. All right, let's move on. As Kosuke fouled that one off his foot.
And as always, please consider the environment before shaving your mustache. So you're concerned with environmental impact.
Kosuke does have some protection on that front shin/ankle area on the right leg. Can't protect the whole thing, though. So we'll look for those Bob shirts coming up on Sunday. Oh, 2. We'll have Sunday's game for you right here on WGN Sports, the leadoff man show at 1 o'clock. Final game before the break. Tim Lincecum, Ryan Dempster. They'll be teammates 2 days later on the National League All-Star team.
That's always an enlightening experience, you know, getting to play at least for a couple of days on the same team with guys that you've been doing battle against all summer. Sometimes it gives you a completely different perspective on some of your opponents.
Lincecum lost his last start at New York, 10-2 on the year. And he beat the Cubs last Thursday. Dempster will try to improve to 11-0 at home. Big Z 5-0 in this park. What a first half for Ryan Dempster. He's happier than anyone that another British Columbia native is now with the ball club, Rich Harden.
Good to have one of his homeboys, eh?
Talk some hockey. Jason Marquis chatting with Harden. Off the glove, and it goes right to Phillips. An unnecessary backhanded flip, but it was right to Keppinger. And the inning is over. And Aaron, though, runs 11-7 to the ninth.
In the tradition of great police dramas comes a show that's not even close to any of those shows.
Slipped in poop.
It's a crime.
Never actually kicked a block home.
But they're cops.
Reno 911. Friday night at 1 East, 10 West on WGN America.
We really balance each other well.
The balance is ridiculous.
Yeah, because like
Right.
he motivates me to get going, do things. When he, starts to get a little type A, I'll bring him down a little bit. Lee has a powerful drive within him.
I'm an intense guy. I always have a full plate. She'll tell me, Lee, relax, you can't control this.
I think that difference between us is what makes us so great together.
See how it feels to be matched based on compatibility. Log on and review your matches for free. eHarmony.com.
Hey, sweetie.
Hey, Dad.
Nice fort.
It's not a fort. It's a Dairy Queen.
Ooh, then can I get a Blizzard?
Here you go.
And a hot dog?
Sure.
How did you... Oh.
Thank you.
Honey, you're not going to believe...
Good, you got him. We stopped at DQ and picked up your favorites. Well, then next week I...
Nice try. Morgan?
Believe it, the Girl Scout Cookie Blizzard. New at DQ with real pieces of Girl Scout Thin Mint cookies.
Hey, look, I know your fancy little gizmo here is going to tell you to take the highway because it seems faster, but trust me, I've been doing this a long time, and I got a little shortcut. The next light, you're going to want to
turn left.
Okay, but here's the part no one knows. You're going to want to take the
second left.
But you can't go straight this time of day, so you're going to want to...
Bear right. Park Street.
Park Street is...
Is that a new suit?
With its exclusive IQ routes, the new TomTom Go uses real drive times to calculate the fastest route. TomTom, go confidently.
11-7. They stand corrected. Darrell Ward's day not done. He stays into play left. Mark DeRosa over to right for Kosuke, who is double switched out. He made the final out of the last half inning, and Neil Kotz will go into that 2 spot. 9th inning, Cubs are down 4. We'll have to face Reds closer Francisco Cordero in the bottom of the 9th as Votto sends it deep to left, and there is number 7 for the Reds on the afternoon. Encarnacion, Phillips, Griffey, done. Ross with 2, and now Votto with his 6th homer of the year against the Cubs, among his 13 overall.
The second consecutive Cubs reliever that's been greeted by a leadoff home run. Chad Godin gave up the home run to David Ross to left field. This time Joey Votto off of Neil Kotz to left field.
Actually, if you go back to John Lieber, back in the 5th, he gave up a home run to the first batter he faced, and that was Dave Ross, who's up again. You don't see that very often. 3 consecutive relief pitchers giving up a home run to the first batter. To 7. A flare base hit to right. 3rd consecutive hit for Ross. Andy Phillips. Well, now pinch hit. He's batting for Patterson. Outside. Speaking of home runs, Jason DuBois back in the Cubs organization. 3 home runs for Iowa in 1 game. 2nd game of a doubleheader yesterday against Round Rock, helping Jeff Samardzija pick up his 3rd straight win.
Yeah, Samardzija went 7 strong innings in that ball game, gave up 7 base hits. The good news is he didn't walk a batter, had some command issues when he was pitching in the lower minor leagues, but really good his last 3 starts down in Iowa.
DuBois, he has 16 home runs in 39 games with Iowa. Swing and a miss. 2-2 the count on Andy Phillips. Back with the Reds for the 2nd time this year. Claimed off waivers from the Mets on Thursday. Mets claimed him from the Reds on June 25th. Another fly ball. Darrell Ward the catch. And the Cubs have signed their #1 pick, right-hander Andrew Kashner, who pitched collegiately at Texas Christian, that's TCU in Fort Worth, Texas. 19th overall pick. The Cubs also signed Aaron Schaefer, 2nd-round pick. Also a right-hander, starter at Wichita State.
Kashner was voted by Baseball America as having one of the 3 best fastballs in all of college baseball this year. Pretty impressive, because I saw some real good arms this year, and Kashner was one of them.
Jim Joyce still going strong. Those strike calls. There's Cordero. To have a well-trained voice to do what Jim Joyce does every day. Probably a lot of water between innings too. Fontenot will get over there. 2 down. Well-respected Jim Joyce works very hard. I can't think of I'm sure he's been in a few arguments with managers and players, but I don't remember too many where he's really gone toe-to-toe. Every umpire does on occasion.
I think there's a direct correlation between the respect that managers have for certain umpires and how often they get into arguments with those guys. It seems like a lot of umpires are involved in those chin-to-chin arguments, and if you watch the highlights, it's a lot of the same umpires over and over and over again. A brief delay here while Derek Lee slides around behind the runner at first base. They're not going to hold him on.
Todd's unable to stop it. Keppinger with his third hit. Gives Griffey a chance. Right through his legs.
Wondered how that got through. Wilcox went ninja out there.
The Votto home run, ending a streak for Kotz of 10 straight scoreless appearances. That covered 7 innings. Inside. This is one of those days the Cubs have used 5 pitchers, and all of them have given up a home run. Yielding 2 home runs. And the 1-1 to Griffey. Make it 1-2. Get well wishes to Marcy Barrett, lifelong Cubs fan, in the hospital after a bad fall, and watching the Cubs on WGN made her day. Feel better, Marcy. One ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. Inside 2-2. That was a fastball at 93.
Looking at the minor league report, Len, we mentioned that the Iowa Cubs behind Jeff Samardzija won the second game of that doubleheader. They did drop the first game, but that was the only loss in the Cubs minor league system yesterday. Everybody else won. Iowa Cubs in first place, the Tennessee Smokies in first place, the Peoria Chiefs have moved into first place.
And they're at Kane County tonight, and Scott Air joining the Chiefs for a rehab assignment. Also 4 Tennessee Smokies. Updated Southern League All-Star team.
That one got a pretty good bite at Giovanni Soto's left arm right there. Comes out to let Jim Joyce know he's okay. Doesn't need him to stall for any time. You can see those extensions on the side of the chest protector to try to protect the shoulder. That one unfortunately hit just below the protector.
Above the elbow. Look at a little blood. Maybe a pre-existing scab in that area. Runners go again on the 3-2. And it's DeRosa in right to make the catch. And Nate Spears, Doug Deeds, Donnie Veal, Mitch Atkins, all Double-A Southern League All-Stars. Bottom of the 9th, 12-7, Reds.
It's not a dream. You are not hallucinating. You're witnessing the metamorphosis of a new network. WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
WGN America. TV you can't ignore.
Hey, we landed. In the middle of the road. Hop in, there's room.
There's one thing. We're nudists.
Wow.
Ugh.
Rear view camera. Ride ready. The new Pilot, only from Honda.
I know. My diet? Well, yesterday I had an apple turnover. I know it's sort of my weakness. I always keep it in the house. Well, that and Boston cream pie, white chocolate strawberries. Yeah.
And key lime pie.
Yeah. I've already lost some weight.
YoPlay Light with 14 delicious flavors at 100 calories.
Babe, what are you doing?
The best summer vacation deals are here. Right now on Expedia, get the hottest deals on more than 1,800 hotels. That's up to 30% off during our biggest sale of the year. We guarantee nobody can get you a lower price. Plus, book now with your MasterCard and get $50 for gas. Expedia.com.
Reds 12, Cubs 7, bottom of the 9th inning. As the Reds are in position to avoid the sweep, Francisco Cordero is on in a non-save situation. By the way, Corey Patterson is still in the game at center. So obviously he was not hitting 9th because Phillips hit in that spot. So I guess that was actually the pitcher's spot. At the knees, it's 1-1. One more birthday wish. Happy 82nd birthday to Frank Rowadell from Naperville. He broke his bat, not going anywhere, and it's Patterson. Corey's younger brother Eric just got traded to the A's. Last year, Cordero finished second in the National League. He had 44 saves with Milwaukee. He was almost unhittable at home. He went 28 for 29 in saves, but on the road, a much different story. A 6.55 ERA, 4 losses. And when you think of this matchup right here, you have to think of June 29th of last season, right? First pitch slider. Ramirez took it out. 2-run homer. Cubs win.
Chaos ensued.
Yeah. Hit, I believe, and I hope, an empty seat. Now right next to her.
I'll tell you, we warn people all the time, Len, when you come to Wrigley Field or any ballpark for that matter, and you're exposed, you're not sitting behind the screen, you got to keep your eye on the ball, and even then, may not be enough. That ball gets into the stands so quickly off the bat of major league hitters.
I mean, we like the seats to all be filled. But when they are, you got to be paying complete attention. A 1-2 pitch. Get fouled. Cordero signed a 4-year, $46 million contract to go to the Reds in the offseason. He is 18 for 22 and save chances. Again, this is not a save opportunity. And he has a 138 earned run average over his last 13 appearances. To Ramirez. He reached out and was able to stay alive. I think probably the toughest position on any ball club that is a second division team, a team that's near the bottom of their division, under 500, is the closer, because he doesn't get as many save chances as closers on top teams, and when he does get a chance, he better save it. So there's even more pressure.
I think a lot of people were surprised when the Reds shelled out that kind of money in a long-term contract for a frontline closer like Cordero when it didn't look like the team was going in the direction to be competitive. Normally that's kind of one of the final pieces of the puzzle as you start moving into the upper echelons of your division.
Pulled toward the corner. Barely fouled. producer of Cubs baseball on WGN Sports is Pete Toma. Skip Ellison is our director. Our associate producer, Mark Brady. The executive producer of WGN Sports is Bob Vorwald. Thanks as well to our stage manager in the booth, Paula Oscroba. Our studio coordinator back at WGN, Christina Ballas, and our entire WGN crew here at Wrigley Field. One out, Cubs trail by 5. We're in the 9th. Milwaukee has jumped ahead of the Cardinals into second. Cardinals lost to Jamie Moyer today 4-1 in Philadelphia. And behind Dave Bush, the Brewers blew out the Rockies 11-1. He missed the slider, 2 down. Dave Bush went 8 innings to get his 5th win against 8 losses. So right now they're 4.5 out, and the Cardinals 5 back. If this one remains the way it is, Milwaukee will be within 4. And then they'll host Cincinnati this weekend. Josh Fogg and Manny Parra, left-hander, will go at it tomorrow night. Edinson Volquez, an all-star. Seth McClung Saturday. Sunday, they're still to be determined because Aaron Harang having his forearm checked out. CC Sabathia will make his 2nd start for Milwaukee on Sunday. We mentioned Lincecum and Dempster here on Sunday. Marquis will face Kane tomorrow. That's Matt Cain, Jason Marquis, Kevin Correa, and Rich Harden. On Saturday, Harden's Cubs debut. It'll be the first start for Marquis in a while. At San Francisco, that was his last start. Was a week ago Tuesday, in fact. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and the Reds avoid the sweep. Back-to-back strikeouts by Cordero to end it. They hit 7 home runs. It was their day offensively, no question about it. Ross hit 2. Griffey with his 605th. Phillips gave him the lead with a 2-run shot. And they win this one 12-7. The Cubs do win the series. They lead the overall season series 5-4, and we won't see the Reds until August 19th back here at Wrigley Field. So the final today, the Reds 12, the Cubs 7. We'll have more from the ballpark in a moment.
To work isn't nearly as important as how you get away from it. Easy drinking Busch Light. Busch. Head for the mountains of Busch. What the?
You guys okay?
We're trapped, and there's 7 of us. There's no way we'll fit in there.
There's room for 8.
Oh, forget it. We have too many beverages.
There's like 12 cup holders in here.
But what about this bison? That thing got my blood a-boiling.
That's probably just the seat warmer.
Seating for 8. Ride Ready. The new Pilot, only from Honda.
I love this one. This man finally popped the question. You like it?
Oh, it's so beautiful.
But his Visa card was over the limit.
I'm so sorry. There seems to be a problem.
His fiancée told him to call American Express.
Okay, this one's so cool. A Gold Card member wanted a special gift for his wife's birthday. So I got him tickets through Gold Card events for the concert of the year before they went on sale.
Got him.
Call 1-800-THE-CARD for the Preferred Rewards Gold Card.
This one's quite romantic. Card member calls up, wants to take her husband to this really authentic Italian restaurant. I say, it's easy with our rewards program. Go online, pick almost any flight, you can pay with points, and go.
Oh, tiramisu.
Italian food in Italy. Bellissimo.
Get up to 5 additional Preferred Rewards Gold Cards for one low fee. Are you settling for less? Or are you a card member? Call and apply now.
For the Cincinnati Reds, 12 runs on a whopping 18 hits. They had just 7 hits combined in the first 2 games of this series. They committed 2 more errors. 9 left on base. For the Cubs, 7 runs on 9 hits, no errors, 7 stranded. The winning pitcher is Bronson Arroyo. He beats the Cubs in his first start against them this year, and it's his first win versus the Cubs since September 15th, 2006, when he beat them here at Wrigley Field. Ted Lilly has now lost to the Reds both times out this season. He falls to 9-6 on the year. 3 hours and 15 minutes in front of 41,459. Time for the Budweiser play of the game. Ken Griffey Jr. adding some insurance. They tacked on in the 4th a 3-run homer. He had 4 knocked in on the day. That was his 605th career home run.
Ken Griffey Jr. has been doing it at a high level for a long time. You'd love to see it under different circumstances, but it's always good to see Junior go deep.
The perfect balance of taste and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager. What a matchup we have for you in the final game of the Cubs upcoming weekend series, and also the final game of the first half going into the break. Tim Lincecum and Ryan Dempster. It's a battle of all-star pitchers, the Giants and the Cubs. Sunday will hit the air at 1 o'clock Central Time with the Hyundai Leadoff Man Show, celebrating 60 years of Cubs broadcasts on WGN. Baseball like it ought to be. Once again, the final tally today, the Reds 12, the Cubs 7. And now for Bob Brenly and our entire WGN Sports crew, this is Len Casper inviting you now to stay tuned as the Chevy Dealers 10th Inning Show is coming up next.
Chicago Cubs baseball, brought to you by Smooth Busch Beer and easy drinking Busch Light. AM PM, AM PM, too much good stuff. The Illinois Lottery, play the Illinois Lottery, have a ball. By Comcast, proven advanced technology, call 1-888-4BEST-TV. By Pepsi, every sip gets you closer. And by Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today.
Can't believe you. Can't believe you. Don't ask.
You need some help?
Yes. We need to get the mixer back before 5 or else they'll charge us for an extra day.
No, we're not going to have to stop for gas. This thing is really fuel efficient.
That's true. It has variable cylinder management. It's basically 6 cylinders that can run on 3 or 4 cylinders to save gas. I read about it on a blog.
Surprisingly fuel efficient. Ride Ready, the new Pilot, only from Honda.
Here at this modern-day watering hole, this urban Serengeti, it's man meets reptile.
So, Lucy, what are you doing?
Just a little online shopping.
You should check out Geico.com, get a free rate quote. If you like what you see, you can buy it online, over the phone, or at your local Geico office.
Cool.
Remarkable. Oh, no. Help! Did you hear something?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
When my doctor told me I had to lower my cholesterol, I was shocked. I worried about the foods I'd have to eat. But you do what you have to.
My wife insists I eat whole grain oats to help lower my cholesterol. I made the commitment for her.
I was told eating certain foods can help lower my cholesterol.
I guess it's a sacrifice I have to make.
Honey Nut Cheerio cereal tastes great and can help lower cholesterol.
No one said it would be easy. Be happy, be healthy.
Becker, weeknights at 12:30 East, 9:30 West on WGN America.
It's the Chevy Dealers 10th Inning Show. Now, here's Len Casper.
Well, the story of the day, and it looks like we might get a little more rain here on the north side. The home run ball, the Reds now have hit 7 home runs in a game against the Cubs 2 times in 2008. They knocked 7 out of the park, a 12-7 final, 18 hits for the Reds. The Cubs had 9, and they looked like they were going to hang around this one for a while, but the Reds kept adding on. They hit solo home runs in the 5th, 6th, 7th, and the 9th. So it's Bronson Arroyo over Ted Lilly, the final, 3 hours and 15 minutes. 41,459. The Cubs lead in the Central down to 4. Milwaukee now in second place after the Brewers won and the Cardinals lost. Daniel Alarcon, one of the highlights today, 5 years old, throwing out that ceremonial first pitch. We'll have more from Wrigley Field coming up.
See you tomorrow, Steve.
Do not let her get gum. You know it's Tony Stewart.
Tony, get the camera.
I've got the camera. Oh, Tony, he's a huge fan. Ready?
Tony, you okay?
Armor All wash, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare, and keep your car clean anywhere, anytime with new Armor All To-Go wipes.
Hey, sweetie.
Hey, Dad.
Nice fort.
It's not a fort. It's a Dairy Queen.
Ooh, then can I get a Blizzard?
Here you go.
And a hot dog?
Sure.
How did you... Oh.
Thank you.
Honey, you're not going to believe.
Good, you got him. We stopped at DQ and picked up your favorites. Well, then next week I
Nice try. Morgan?
Believe it, the Girl Scout Cookie Blizzard. New at DQ with real pieces of Girl Scout Thin Mint cookies.
I love this one. This man finally popped the question.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
But his Visa card was over the limit.
I'm so sorry. There seems to be a problem.
His fiancée told him to call American Express.
Okay, this one's so cool. A Gold Card member wanted a special gift for his wife's birthday. So I got him tickets through Gold Card Events for the concert of the year before they went on sale.
Got him.
Call 1-800-THE-CARD for the Preferred Rewards Gold Card.
This one's quite romantic. Card member calls up, wants to take her husband to this really authentic Italian restaurant. I say, it's easy with our rewards program. Go online, pick almost any flight, you can pay with points, and go.
Tiramisu.
Italian food in Italy. Bellissimo.
Get up to 5 additional Preferred Rewards Gold Cards for one low fee. Are you settling for less? Or are you a card member? Call and apply now.
This is the Chevy Dealers 10th Inning Show, brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Chevrolet, official sponsor of the Chicago Cubs.
Well, the Cubs losing here at home for just the 3rd time over their last 20 home games. So the Orioles have beaten them twice during this stretch, and now the Reds today. The Cubs had already won the first 2 games of this series, but again, it was the long ball today that did it for the Reds.
Well, you had a feeling it was going to be a day where there were going to be a lot of balls hit out of the ballpark. The wind was blowing straight out. Both pitchers had surrendered a lot of home runs leading in today. You just hope the Cubs could have matched the Reds.
Let's check out the highlights today. Edwin Encarnacion tying the ball game against Ted Lilly, a pitch that was up out over the plate. And he was just able to get it out for his 14th of the year, and that made it a 1-1 ball game. In the 3rd inning, the Cubs were leading 3-1. They got a run on a double by Griffey, and then Phillips with a 2-run homer. That gave the Reds an advantage that they would never give up the rest of the day. And that was his 15th home run. In the 4th, Ken Griffey Jr. with his 12th home run of the season. A 3-run shot, number 605 of his Hall of Fame career. Mike Fontano trying to keep the Cubs in the ball game. 2-run blast in the 4th. That made it 8-5 at that point. But the Reds just kept tacking on. It was Dave Ross. Bob and I both thought this ball might get foul, but it stayed fair and it got out for his first of 2 home runs. In the 6th, Adam Dunn with one of the longest home runs we've seen all year. That one off John Lieber. Out onto Sheffield. You see that big bounce off the street. His 24th. In the 7th, David Ross, his 2nd blast. This one off Chad Godin. That was the first batter Godin faced as a member of the Cubs. That was the only run he would give up in 2 innings of work. And then Joey Votto with his 6th home run against the Cubs here in 2008. 6 out of his 13 homers have come against the Cubs. That one off Neil Kotz. So they go yards 7 times in a 12-7 win. The Cubs now look ahead to the Giants series. We mentioned Jason Marquis hasn't pitched in over a week, but let's hope he'll get his stuff back tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, sometimes that long layoff can really hurt a sinker ball pitcher, but Jason Marquis is a veteran. He's been around long enough. I'm sure he threw some extra pitches in his side session, and he's going to be ready to go.
Let's listen in now on Lou Piniella after the ball game.
Well, he just didn't have much today.
No, I don't think he had good stuff. He'll get a nice breather between now and the second half and be much fresher, stronger.
Still disappointed by the middle relief because that's been a trouble spot for a while.
Well, it wasn't very good today. They swung the bats. What can I say? Give them credit.
Lou, you're going to eventually go down to 12 pitchers. Is a day like this, indicator of where we might move?
I don't know. We can't stay with 13 pitchers. As it is, I'm going to get Ward out there in the outfield tomorrow. I got to rest a couple of my outfielders. So we can't stay with 13 pitchers. We might stay this way through the break, but depending on the availability of Soriano, it'll make us make some kind of adjustment to our roster because we shouldn't need 13 pitchers coming out of a break.
Is Perdomo okay after following the ball?
I think he is. Yeah, we just double switched to keep Ward in the game, but I think he's fine.
Is he kind of worn out right now?
It looks to me like he's swinging awfully tired.
Look, you've had overall good success against the Reds, but a game like this and the one that they also had.
What are you going to do? I mean, give them credit. They swung the bats. They got a lot of power on that team. And they hit quite a few home runs today. We won a series. We've got one more series before the break. Let's play hard and win that one and enjoy a good time off.
Have you ever seen this many balls go out of the park?
How many were out of the park today?
7. I think 7.
7?
They did the same thing.
How many? The Reds hit 7?
7.
I didn't even count them, to be honest with you. I know that the one that Dunn hit counted for 2.
Lou, do you kind of wish Fukudome could rest during the All-Star break?
No, he deserves to go to the All-Star game. Look, he's not going to play the entire game over there. It's going to be a wonderful experience for him. And then he'll have Wednesday and Thursday off because what we're doing here is the people that are going to the All-Star game, excluding me, get the day off on Thursday from the workout. And so they'll get 2 full days from Tuesday night, actually almost 3 because we don't play till Friday night. So everybody should be nice and rested for the second half.
So that's Lou Piniella. The Cubs do take 2 of 3. They drop the finale today, and we'll have a final word on our Culver's sweet defensive play when we come back.
The Chevy Dealer's 10th Inning Show is brought to you in part by Culver's. Bright smiles, fresh, juicy butter burgers, and velvety smooth frozen custard. Come on into Culver's and get Culverized.
Call today for the Gold Delta Sky Miles credit card from American Express and start earning double miles in more places more often. Apply now and get up to 20,000 bonus miles. With award tickets starting at just 25,000 miles, you can fly free sooner. Plus, the annual fee is waived for the first year. Call 1-800-SKY-MILES. Call now for the Gold Delta Sky Miles credit card and earn 2 miles for every eligible dollar you spend for even faster travel awards on Delta and 15 airline partners. Take advantage of this great offer today and get 20,000 miles closer to a free trip. Plus, enjoy the card with no annual fee for the first year. Apply online or call 1-800-SKY-MILES now.
Hey, sweetie.
Hey, Dad.
Nice fort.
It's not a fort. It's a Dairy Queen.
Then can I get a Blizzard?
Here you go.
And a hot dog?
Sure.
How did you... Oh.
Thank you.
Honey, you're not going to believe...
Good, you got him. We stopped at DQ and picked up your favorites.
Well, then next week I
Nice trot. Morgan?
Believe it, the Girl Scout Cookie Blizzard. New at DQ with real pieces of Girl Scout Thin Mint cookies.
The Chevy Dealer's 10th Inning Show has been brought to you in part by Culver's. Bright smiles, fresh juicy butter burgers, and velvety smooth frozen custard. Come on into Culver's and get Culverized.
Time to check in on the Culver's sweet defensive play of the game, just to show you how good Derek Lee is defensively. Ryan Terrio going out, making a catch, trying to double off Joey Votto. Weird hop on the throw. What a play.
I don't know if we've ever had a Culver's sweet defensive play of the game where we didn't get an out, but what a play by Derek Lee.
Thank you, Culver's. Come into Culver's and get Culverized. So the deal is this: the Cardinals lost, so they're now in third. The Brewers won, so the Cubs lost a half game on their lead. And as you said the other night, you don't worry about what everybody else is doing. You just take care of your own business. And a chance now against the Giants this weekend. We'll have game 3 of that series. Lincecum and Dempster, and a fantastic pitching matchup. We're going to see Jason Marquis tomorrow and Rich Harden on Saturday. What do you expect to see from him?
Well, you know, hopefully he'll have enough time to get acclimated to the clubhouse, to his teammates, have a chance to talk it over with Giovanni Soto, how they want to attack the Giants hitters. I really expect him to go out there and pitch an outstanding ball game. He's very familiar with the Giants offense. He's faced him before. A good opponent for his first start as a Cub.
You heard Lou asked about Kosuke Fukudome. The question about the break coming up is this: even if you're playing well, everybody likes that time off, even though the Cubs All-Stars won't have the entire break off.
Yeah, it's time for a break. You're starting to see some signs, not only with the Cubs players, but players around baseball. It's a long grind when you're playing every day, and that All-Star break is coming at a perfect time for some of the Cubs.
And we know one guy who can't wait for the second half to start, and that is Ted Lilly, his shortest outing of the year, and he says he's going to be very anxious to get the ball his next time out.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic short start for Ted Lilly today, but I'm sure next time out he'll be right back on it. Just couldn't locate his fastball and had trouble keeping his breaking ball out of the middle of the plate today.
So the final score today: the Reds 12, the Cubs 7. Again, we will greet you on Sunday afternoon, 1 o'clock straight up Central Time, for the leadoff man show. Lincecum and Dempster for the final game of the first half. Enjoy the rest of your week and into the weekend, and we'll see you Sunday here on WGN Sports.
Reno 911, Friday night at 1 East, 10 West. It's on WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
Come on, peeps. Let's go kick some sick patient ass.
That's me, Dr. John Dorian. My friends call me JD.
Look what I confiscated from one of the kids in pediatrics.
Ow!
Not too hot?
Yeah! I'm an intern at a hospital that could use a little therapy.
They're doing a breast reduction on 3, and I want to get up there and try and stop it.
In fact, sometimes things around here are so strange, they could make a TV show about it.
There's no beer.
We had a few. Newsflash, you can't drink and then come to work. You're not airline pilots.
They could call it scrubs.
Superman.
Nah, my job is right here.
Sorry, if that gets infected, I'm a doctor.
Saving lives at Sacred Heart. How long till we get this thing started?
Probably not for a few minutes.
They say laughter is the best medicine.
Is that a roll of quarters in your pocket, or are you just having a really good time?
Actually, it's a roll of quarters. Laundry day.
Well, do yourself a favor and check into Sacred Heart.
This is the reason why your headache didn't go away. That's actually pronounced analgesic, not analgesic. Sir, the pills go in your mouth.
Thanks for watching. And now for the obligatory music montage. Kick it. Is anybody else a doctor?
What's going on down there?
Scrubs, 7 nights a week at 11 East, 8